Good morning, everyone! Yippee! Good morning, everyone! Happy Sunday! Happy Sunday! Oh, God. Stretch with me! Well, that didn't work. My tracker was like, fuck off. Not necessarily. Morning! How's y'all doing? How are y'all doing? We alright? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope we're doing okay. I hope we're doing alright. God, I'm so tired. 10 a.m. stream. Well, hey, we're all gonna take it easy. We're all gonna have a cozy time. We're all gonna have a chill time. We're all gonna be amazing. Forcing me to healthy and not to run. I think that's the most important thing, actually. Look, if it's getting us up at a good time, if it's getting us well hydrated, if it's getting us well fed, if it's letting us, you know, say hello, be sociable, then, you know, what's the problem here? It's totally 10 a.m. at my time zone and not 5 a.m. Okay, maybe that was a bit much. Maybe that's a bit too bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Portal Master, hello! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for being up at 5 a.m. Jesus Christ. I hope that's not just for me. I hope that's not just for me. Hi, Fire. Ah, goodness, all the mods are here. Now when, you know, we get the thousands of people that we're so totally gonna get, it's gonna be absolutely rammed. I'm up at 5 a.m. regardless. Ah, well, that's fine. That's more than alright. You can have your breakfast and wake up to the dulcet tones of a fucking nerd. Of a nerdy fox. All of them. Oh no, we actually do have two others, don't we? I have like backup mods. To be fair, I've been saying this for a while, but I genuinely thought we'd have like 5 people at the debut. So I was just like, if I just gave people that I know, like, mod privileges just in case, like, people that I know and trust, like my moots, then that'll be fine. That's all we need to do. There was like fucking 30 of you. Which I know in like the grand, like, in some scales that's like not that much, but like that's a fuck ton. That's a fuck ton of people. Let's test it. Can't wait for the first. I mean, all we've banned are like bots and stuff like that, so we're pretty good. Good thing you thought someone would have been banned by stream elements. Yosso, hello, welcome, good morning, everyone. Ah, look at all you lovely people. Look at all you lovely morning people. Okay, so yesterday, I had a stream that went for 6.5 hours, and I'm gonna tell you, last time I streamed for 6 hours was in 2022. I actually calculated it was 2022. The last time I had a a stream last more than 6 hours. So I was fucking shattered. I finished that stream. I got myself some Taco Bell, absolutely lovely, delish. And then I ate it and I went straight to bed. 4 years ago, yeah, 4 years ago it would have been. Oh my goodness me. I literally just crashed. And I got up this morning, I was like, well, it's time to do it all over again. So we're gonna be going until like 4 or 5-ish or something like that. So yeah. In Stream Element's defense, some people in B's community once thought I was one of their stream bots until they realized I was an actual person. The Octobot is coming to get you. Anyway, I got myself a drink. I got myself some Monster. I'm actually trying out the Mango Loco today. It's actually really nice. That's fueling me. Every 2 hours we'll have a little bit of a break. Have a lunch break, you know. It's just gonna be nice and casual, everyone. It's just gonna be nice and chill. We're gonna be, F. Octo got fucking demolished by this. What did Octo say? change that now. Once it was the link. Oh yeah, don't post links. Was it a link? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Alright, I'm changing some of the settings. I'm changing some of the settings to Stream Element. Look, it's been absolute... Stream Element has been working for, like, smiting some of the bots that got too many symbols. There we go. Oh my fucking god, I'm just turning everything off. It'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll find, like, a good middle ground, honestly. But the fact that, like, I've got Frog, I've got Fyra, we should be alright. We should be more than alright. Hi, Meow! Hi, Meow. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hope everyone can wake up with me. Seribot's great. The only thing I've heard about Seribot is that sometimes the creator of Seribot sometimes just uses it to, like... But, yo, Queen! Queen, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Hello. Happy Sunday morning. I hope you can wake up with me. Wake up with me as we play some Pragmara. I mean, we're just gonna chat for a little bit first, I think. Hello. Welcome in. Oh my goodness, we're getting really close to 200 follows now. That's actually really crazy. Yo, just come and walk the dog. Lovely. I hope it's a lovely day outside for you. It is. It's not nice outside today. Yesterday was absolutely lovely. I went for a little bit of a walk before the stream. I did not have time. Did not have time today. Today I woke up and fell into this chair. Or fell into Peach's castle. There we go. Suspension of disbelief. What a thing. The camera is such a free flow than OGs. I know. We can move around so much. Throws me into the coal mine. Thank you so much, Queen. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's like a little bit. It's a little bit muggy today. I'm not gonna lie. It's not very nice. Incredibly warm though. A urine for the minds. Crafting table. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. I dare you lie about the... To me, Fire, it was absolutely lovely. To you, it was hell. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Flint and steel. South England. I know. It's like... It's... I actually really like it down here. Not gonna lie. Like, the wind is a bit annoying. Oh my fucking god. I have a bird table. Outside. That thing does not stay the fuck up. That thing does I put it back up and every week the wind is like, nah. God forbid some fucking bird is in there and then this whole thing tops over. Like that poor fucking bird. Actually, you know, it'll probably be a seagull. The only thing that comes here are seagulls. So, you know, it's really not... I think that the weight of the seagull would be alright. A very healthy breakfast of ramen and mayo mixed together. Ooh! I mean, it might not be... I think it's healthy enough. Sounds filling enough. Sounds brilliant. I had some granola. Because I'm an adult. I'm a healthy adult. I had some granola. Also, my partner's not in, so I can eat whatever I want. I can have Taco Bell and eat some granola. My partner fucking hates granola. West Country is like Barcelona for me. I'm built for Siberia, but forced to be a country bumpkin. Yeah. Oh, annoying shit. If that's about seagulls, I don't think we're talking about owls. That would be really funny if you just have a personal vendetta against owls. Seagulls, I've learned to love them. Like, you just kind of have to, like... Some of them are absolute bastards, but some of them you just gotta... Some of them you just... You gotta learn to love them. I've just been around enough of them to know how to, like, tame them, I guess. Not like I'm a fucking Disney princess with, like, seagulls all around me. Actually, that sounds fucking sick. Why not? Froggo, do eat something, alright? I just got so many seagulls and they learned the school. Yeah! Oh, I know the fucking, alright, if you don't know, the fire at Augie lore, we both know each other for about 10 years. We've known each other IRL for so fucking long, so I know what the fuck you're talking about, Fire, and they learned those school bells. Like, they knew when lunch was, and they would come fucking swooping in the moment lunch was over. Yeah. I think they had to bring in, like a fucking, what was it? It was like a falcon or something? They literally had to bring in, like, a guy with, like, a hunt, like a bird to just hunt the seagulls. Or just to scare them. It was mainly just to scare them off, but I think it did actually take a few. I'm gonna move away from this because it's a bit grim. But, like, it got so fucking bad. West Country, only in the West Country. No problem, Boral. Enjoy. We'll be right here. We'll be here with you. The falconry! It was the fucking falconry. I had to come in and deal with the seagulls. It was to scare them off, but all the kids in the school were like, you're gonna fucking hunt them down. There's gonna be, like, fucking seagulls littered everywhere. It's gonna be like fucking Normandy. Have a good autism. I will. Hello, Aber! How's it going? Work again. Hope you'll be watching your break. No problem if you get one. Alright, fingers crossed. I hope you get your break. And we will be right here. Come in, say hi. We're gonna give you some love. It'll be amazing. It'll be fucking amazing. Working on Sunday is rough. Oh my god, weekend shifts are horrible. Beat a seagull in a fist fight. Baby seagulls, absolutely lovely. Love a baby seagull. Absolutely wonderful creatures. Teenage seagulls, absolutely horrible. They're just wandering around squawking all the time. It's horrible. Adult seagulls, couldn't give a fuck. Couldn't give a flying fuck. Crazy. Looking to geography with a seagull shit on your arm at the end of lunch, just sour the after. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, you were the laughing stock for a week if you got pooped on. You were the laughing stock for like a whole week in that school. Which is mean, because it happened to at least 3 people a week. It got so bad. Can we raise baby seagulls to not be mean so we have a generation of people who don't mind them? Well, the thing is that they just, like... it's difficult because they just, like, they naturally need to find their own food. But, like, if you just give them food, that just makes it worse. So you can't really tame them by just, like, giving them food, really. Her bird shit on you for a whole week. Can confirm. Yeah, did not happen for me. Didn't happen for me. I was one of the lucky ones. But then again, I was such a fucking... I just spent all my time in the library reading Death Note, I'm gonna be honest. That's what I did on my lunch. I just read Death Note. Start to finish. All volumes of Death Note. Then I started reading Dragon Ball. Didn't get very far in Dragon Ball because I didn't realize there's a difference between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. And Dragon Ball Z is the one with all the fights and stuff, and Dragon Ball is the one with jokes that you probably shouldn't, the kids probably shouldn't be reading. I was 3 volumes in, I was like, why is this in the school library? Fucking hell. See your tribe, see what I can have for breakfast. Good idea, Froggo. Good idea. Don't worry. We're holding up the mod fort. Fire is holding up the mod fort. Don't worry about it. Pigeons are the girl failures of nature. I love that. I love that. The girl failures of nature is good. It's good. Oh no, my multi-chat has stopped updating. Can I... Oh no. Darn. Okay, let me move some things around. Alright, should we get started? How long have we been going? We're going for 20 minutes. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Let me... Oh my goodness, that's actually really annoying that multi-chat has stopped updating. Donkey Kong noises. Yeah, let's reduce the Donkey Kong noises. And let's move over to the game, shall we? And hopefully this works. Come on. I believe. There we go. Hey! Okay. Oh, wait. We had a problem with our controller last time, didn't we? Oh, wait. No, I need to have my... Ah, crap. I need to have the Twitch chat open so I can read what you all want to say. The... Alright, let's move that there. Because that's all I have to see, right? Okay, cool. Alright, and controller. Hey! It's the volume alright. Well, we'll get into it and then you'll let me know. Toast! Woo! Toast! All Dragon Ball fans skip to the DV saga and go straight to DBZ. It's for new fans. It's probably for the best in it. Once you get into it, you'll probably want to like go back and see what you missed, but you'll probably be good. Volume's good. He was designed by a dark romance book talk girly. To be honest, he's got a little bit of character, but I'm not like. He's got like some. I love this main menu, by the way. Absolutely love this main menu. It looks so cute. It looks so cute. I'm obsessed with it. Actually, let's do that. Okay, there we go. I can read. Toast. Let's crack on. I have no idea how far we'll get, but let's just see how we go. Honestly, that's probably as best we're gonna do. Hello, Diana.
Hi, Hugh.
Hi. How you doing?
How can a little chatterbox like you stay quiet for so long in storage?
It was easy. I was in sleep mode. And there was no one else to talk to either.
Oh.
The only one in there?
I think so. I didn't see any other bots or humans.
Must have been lonely.
Lonely? I don't know about that, but it was pretty boring. That's why I'm glad I found you so quickly.
I see your pragmatic menu design and embrace you the Detroit Become Human. The Detroit Become Human main menu is kind of funny though. It's kind of funny. Whenever I think about the Detroit Become Human menu, I think about the one that was like the stream. Oh my god, this is gonna be. I don't know who it was. So no, I have no feelings one way or the other. But like they were talking like, yo, Detroit.
Tell me a story.
Oh shoot, yeah, fucking hell.
Diana, have you ever had a dream?
I don't need sleep.
No. I mean, have you ever wanted something to come true?
Huh?
Aw.
Like a prediction? I make those all the time.
Look at you,
Aw.
little daydreamer.
That's so cute. Oh, up she goes. All right, that's all the chatting we can have. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I saw a clip. Out of context, I have no idea who it was, but they were like in the main menu of Detroit Become Human, and they were like, I mean, the game is cool and stuff, but I don't see how it's like an allegory to racism or anything like that. And then like immediately when they said that, the woman in the main menu was like, Martin Luther King once said. It's fucking got me. Got me. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Detroit Become Human. I don't like any of Quantic Dream's games. But that clip kind of got me. That clip really got me. Toaster Become Human. Still the one games is awful at games. I mean, look, as a fellow person who has a lot to say about video games, but is also like actually really bad at them, I empathize, but I also find it really funny. I think sometimes you just gotta take the L. You just gotta take the L and be like, I don't think I can play this. I don't think I can fairly review this one, lads. I gotta sit this one out. Let's upgrade our pistol, because we need that. The Cuphead tutorial. They will never live that down. They have, in their defense, they did beat the game. It's something that nobody really shares about, but they did beat the game eventually. They did overcome it. So they were able to do it. And I don't think it like dissuades their review, at least when they finish the game. Oh,
What's that?
what's what? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, it's the balloons. Oh my gosh, she's
If I leave the balloons out, will they pop?
she's so tiny. She's so tiny.
Yep, they're all there.
Look at you go.
They did another fail with mouse PI for it. How do you? Isn't mouse PI for fun? Mouse PI like Doom? Isn't it just Doom? Like a retro Doom, but with like.
I did lose one.
Do they just get absolutely thrown off by like retro
Don't sweat.
cartoons? Is that what they're doing? How did they? My God, that's crazy. Cozy humor. Oh my God, no! It's the one that that amazing fucking VTuber was talking about, wasn't it? Oh God, no! I completely remember that. I'm gonna be honest. I skim read the review and I skim read her reply. It wasn't really. It was something that I was gonna take the time to actually like properly look at, but I completely didn't. Yeah, I feel like they weren't quite grasping what the game was about. Does that make sense? They like didn't quite get what the intentions were. I think the reviewer was hoping for a game that wasn't delivered because that wasn't what the game was about. Amazing VTuber, interest P. Oh, could someone find them? I can't remember their name. They're amazing. That's 3D VTuber as well. They've got this beautiful, absolutely beautiful, like 40s, 50s cartoon style. Like, they look absolutely amazing. I always hear them in the background, but I've never actually... Oh, that's the same one. That one. When the game is advertised and not... is as advertised and not the way I want it. Yeah, exactly. Look, you can make a fair review for any game that is not what it was advertised as. Like, that... You can review that. Because, like... That's not what you're being sold. Like, you can make an argument for anything like that. This one, like, I don't think that was what they were advertising at all. I think that's not what they're... Causing friendly fire. Ooh! Confused. That sounds great. Hell yeah. So we can just, like, make them turn on each other. That's great. What you see is... Pumpkin Potion? Is that the VTuber's name? I actually don't know. Yo, thanks for the follow. Hello. Hello. What a fucking name. What a fucking name. I love that. Hello. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Oh shoot. Where are you? There you are. Never fail to entertain me. That's brilliant. That's an amazing name. All right, we gotta play with Diana because she's asked for it. My day's going alright. I'm gonna be honest. Oh God, I have to lock in. Hold on, chat. I have to lock in. Where are you? Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Okay, she's over here. She's wearing blue, right? Yeah, she's wearing blue. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I'm over here.
Chat, do you see her? Okay, am I gonna actually fail this? She's over here, right? Oh, okay. Oh my God, I'm gonna actually fail this. Oh, there she is!
What's taking so long?
I can't get to her! I can't get to her! Fuck it out there!
You're so
I couldn't get to, I saw her, but I couldn't get, fucking hell. Anyway.
hard.
My day's doing alright. I had a 6.5-hour stream yesterday, and I haven't done that in like 5 years. So I absolutely crashed. Crashed once I was done, and I just rolled out of bed, honestly. It's continued on. I just carried on. I'm literally just like rolled out of bed, getting started. But yeah, I hope your day's doing great as well, Feet Expect. Sorry, that's a fucking great name. Absolutely incredible name. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Review thought it was gonna be this dark noir. Oh, we're talking about Mouse PI. The reviewer thought it was gonna be this dark noir game because they used the Mickey Mouse horror stuff that other people made because Mickey Mouse made the public domain. Oh, so they thought it was gonna be like a dark noir? Yeah, that's not what that is. It's like a funny hee jokes, isn't it? Like, like it was like they were just joking around. Like it's a funny mouse game. It's like a funny mouse Doom game, isn't it? I could be wrong. I haven't seen that much footage of it. But it's just like a funny game. If they won, oh, we should probably get started at some point. They should like get Steamboat Willie is public domain, not Mickey Mouse. That's true. Important distinction. If they want like a dark, gritty, like take on the what? On the noir, like oh, is she gonna like where's she gonna go? If they want like a dark gritty noir, even with like anthro characters, like I know two off the top of my head. Actually I can't name one, I've forgotten its name. One of them's Kaiju Noir. Like there's like a whole bunch of ones that they could play, but it's like no, the gameplay is there, so what's yeah, exactly. The game isn't the genre they thought. Yeah, if you realize that it's like not what oh my goodness me, off she goes. If it's not the game that you expect it to be, you gotta review a game on its own terms, right? You gotta like take the game as it is. And if it's not what was advertised to you, oh if it never fails to make me laugh. Alright, we should crack on. If the game isn't what was advertised, like if the Steam page is like, oh, we're great, oh yeah, story's gonna be so intense, and it's like genuinely not, then that's a critique, right? Because then like the consumer is not getting what is promised, right? But that's not the case here. I'm gonna try some Confuse, see what that's like. Children falling is quite hilarious. Children absolutely stacking it, but like being made of rubber is like the peak of you. Oh my god, are we gonna have to do the? Oh no, are we gonna have to do that again? No, we don't have to do that because we built the bridge. We built the bridge. Okay, we don't have to do the fucking lightning again. Oh Christ, thank God. I hated that. That was so annoying. I genuinely got so annoyed at that. I tried to get tilted. But yeah. God, what's the name of that VTuber? Was it Pumpkin Potion? Or was it? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We did it. Alright, chat. Let's go. Up here? Platforming is a bit funky. I fucking love these trees. Like, the way it's extruded out like that. That's so, like, not real. It's so cool.
I think I'm sensing a strong bot nearby.
Got it. Stay on our toes.
If you want, because honestly, she's incredible. Like, I've only heard good things. I have failed to tune into a stream so far, but I really want to. Oh, that's a boss fight. But shout out, because... Oh, Christ. Yep, that's a bit more than I expected. Oh god. Okay. Let's go like that. Okay, I need to remember how to. There we go, and there we go. Let me pick that one up as well. Thank you!
Stay away from the red circle.
What? Oh god! Oh god! Let's try and get some of that going on here. I want to try and take that one down. Can I just kill that one? Oh, please! I just want to kill that one. There we go. Okay, cool. Ah! Octo is lurking. No problem. Fire in Melizar! That's bad. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right, let's actually focus on this guy now, shall we? This was like a boss, wasn't it? Like in the first section? Oh god, they're really testing me, aren't they? What's in here? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I thought we'd have like some of the weak spots would appear. Okay, let's try this. Ah, fuck! I moved away! Wrong way! Okay, okay, okay. Oh, it's on the back, isn't it? It's on their back. Eep. No. Fuck. Oh, I needed to move the other way, didn't I? Alright, blaster. Alright, I might have to use my ult for this, don't I? It is like a mini boss, isn't it? So that's fine. I'm not a failure. I'm not a failure. I don't suck. Damn it. Oh, there we go. Just how big it is, yeah. There we go. Ah, fuck. Failed that one. There we go. God, I missed that one. Oh, no. We got the fucking storm. No, they got the fucking lightning. No. Oh, no. I could bait them though, couldn't I? I could bait them. I could bait them. Bait them. Diva mains in shambles. When are they not? Oh, shoot. That actually got them.
Right on. Back off.
Oh, look at that. Look at that movement there. Heal. Thank you. Oh, what? Kind of walked into that one. Gun. Give me one of them. Oh, it's back online. Okay. I'm good. Oh!
Take this.
Yeah! Okay. Going bananas. Whoop! Almost got absolutely demolished there. Don't mind that.
So close, just a little bit more.
All right. Time to kick this.
Again, he sounds like he says that kick that fucker. Oh, I can do that, can I? Oh, there we go. I think I got it. Hi, Virus, how's it going? Boom! I feel better now that that's down. I'm doing alright. I'm slowly waking up today. Oh, Sundays, am I right? It's got like a little... Oh, that's the sticky bomb we put on him. Okay, cool. That's great. How are you doing, Virus, this morning? You waking up, had some breakfast, feeling fresh? Ready to do whatever you're doing this weekend? What you up to? Sticky bomb. Hi, Burl! Where did Princess Peach get a gamer set up? Oh, I brought this one in for her. Don't worry about it. Work on games and work on games. Amazing.
Glad
I
that's
mean,
over.
that's
Oh, yeah.
that's basically what I do, but now I add playing games terribly to an audience of people who can play games a lot better than I do. But I just found that one, so I'm actually cracked. I'm actually cracked. I'm actually cracked. I'm actually amazing at this. Sharon! Why we got Sharon? The people, the person who makes these hidden areas is called Sharon, so. There's a bit of Brightmire lore. That's the only Brightmire lore I'm gonna tell you. You start working on games sometimes. I gotta crack up. My god, now that the Open Freddy video 1 is over, and released, I gotta carry on working on it. I took a bit of a break just to make the video, but now I can actually, work on it. Strong soldiers. Phew, that was close. Did that sector guard get a new update or something? As I was passing through, like always, I was passing through it as always, and it called me an intruder and pointed its gun at me. Who's turning the sensitivity on these things? Who's tuning the sensitivity on these things? I managed to lose it by my hollow wall, but geez. Our pod division sure has been ramping up heavy-duty munition testing over the last few months. I get that. Demand is high, and the top brass don't care what I think. But this always ends up devolving into the same boring conversation about sacrificing performance for cost and so-called versatility. At least the sector guard has the kind of heroic design philosophy that I can actually get behind. There's just something thrilling about its overblown, towering silhouette. Maybe I'm just a weirdo or something, but I'd rather people saw those things as strong soldiers and scary weapons. Sharon. Thanks, Sharon. Thank you for your input, Sharon. Really appreciate it. Oh, my goodness. Sharon! Sharon! I could do a Liverpudlian accent sometimes. Oh god, that's the sticky bomb. That's the sticky bomb gun on our back. That's crazy. Snake? Snake! Bam 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 bam. Should I play Metal Gear Solid on stream sometime? No, because I would suck at that. I still have my original PS1 copy, by the way, from back in the day. Love that thing. I love this. Fire. What was that? Oh! More guns! Hell yeah!
Now you can hold more units.
Whew. Won't say no to that.
I'm gonna be honest, I played Metal Gear Solid 1 on easy difficulty because I was having a bit of trouble with it, and I'm really bad at stealth games. I love stealth games, but I'm really bad at them. So I played on easy, and that was actually a bit of a challenge, but I really enjoyed that. And then somewhere along the way, I think Hideo Kojima just had a bee in his bonnet about oh, that's a cool demonstration. Just have them next to each other. That's really cool. Game design. Hideo Kojima just had a bee in his bonnet for people playing his games on easy mode, and so Metal Gear Solid 2 had just the stupidest easy mode ever. It was ridiculously easy. You just couldn't for people who are genuinely having problems, if you have actual difficulty playing games, just general, then you go, Smokey! Smokey! How's it going? Good morning, Smokey! How's it going?
Still one more left.
We love Smokey. Smokey, help me design my model. Smokey is amazing. We all love Smokey. Give some love to Smokey. Oh my god, was that just one? Oh my god, this video is gonna take ages. Can I say, do not be ashamed to play games in easy mode? Oh, was I not supposed to do that? Or is that a cutscene? Okay.
Other regulator is in the next section.
Kitty!
Diana, we're out of here.
Diana? That's me. You thought of it.
Oh.
See.
Ah.
Be careful, Diana. Will do.
Oh. I just walked all over that cat. Oh, this was the area where we got our ass kicked. Alright, so we weren't supposed to go there. Please, I'm just you are a silly goober that we all love and appreciate. And that's just the way it is.
Jump to.
God. Okay. Okay, cool.
Move, you. Shoot now.
Okay, there we go. Oh, goodness me. Okay, I gotta focus. What was I talking about before? Oh, jump! I'm trying! There we go. One down. Eep. How are you doing this morning, Smokey? Are you having a great Sunday? Are you having a great morning? Are you as tired as we all are? Huh. I didn't mean to press that, but there we go. Eep. Flathead. We'll get to you later, Flathead. We got this guy to deal with first. Trying to take out the weaker ones first. Ow! I just walked straight into that. Fucking hell. What is wrong with me? Okay, okay, and one more bat. There we go. There we go. Up, no, no, down. There we go. Geometry puzzles! Take out Flathead! Hey, there we go. About to go my good morning smoke and then play some ah, nice, 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 nice. Sounds like a good morning. I play games in easy mode because I'm not a masochist. There's nothing wrong with playing games in easy mode. Like, honestly, I'm saying now that Metal Gear Solid 2 on easy mode is, like, stupidly easy. But, like, if you need it to be that easy, like, fine. That's, like, good. You can play the game start to finish. And that's, like, fine. I would say it was a bit too easy for me, and because it's a PS2 game, you just weren't able to, like, change the difficulty later on. Which is a bit annoying. I would have played it on medium if I had known. But you know who doesn't like accessibility in their games? Hideo Kojima, because when Metal Gear Solid 3 came out, if you played on easy, he gave you a chicken hat, because he thinks you're a dick for playing his video game. Oh god, don't get me started. Don't get me started on designers who hate people playing their games. I remember doing Titanfall 2's difficulty achievement, it was painful. Ha! Yeah, oh my god, don't get me started. Do not get me started on like designers who like hate stares at FromSoft. Yeah. I mean, they've like, oh, what was that? That wasn't here. Oh, someone subscribed. Paul subscribed on YouTube. Someone watched the video. You can always tell when someone watches the video because they subscribe on YouTube and I get a ding. Yeah, I still have the YouTube announcements on just because it's an absolute pain to disable them. So we get to see whenever. How many subs do I have on YouTube now? Actually, that's crazy. How many do I have? 315. Fucking hell. Jeez. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad. Not bad. It's only been a few days. Not bad at all. Anyway, research on self-growing saplings is beyond this point. As you know, Plant Factory is developing plants that continue to grow after printing and adapting naturally to the environment. These saplings are extremely delicate, so contamination of the subject is all visitors enter the clean room must pass through decontamination room A or B first. Decontamination be skipped. Oh, okay. Interesting.
So, we gotta go through A or B if we want to continue.
Just pick one, right?
We ranking colors? We ranking colors now? Rudy's saying thank you, Smokey. Thank you. We're ranking colors now. Don't maybe bring a tier list up. So if we have a break, we might get a tier list up. Okay, so we can go through either one. What's like the difference between the two of them? 2 watchers and 2 impeders in there, and there are 2 walker MKs and 1 impeder. I genuinely don't remember what each of those are. Which one's for flatheads? Oggy color tier list W clip idea. Fucking hell, I might do that. Look, if we get to 2 hours, I might do that. I need to have my lunch at some point. Fuck it. Let's do this one. I need to have my lunch at some point, so I might do that. You have your favorite shade of pink memorized. Incredible. Is that the one that your chat message is in right now? Oh, it's these guys. Take that. Ciao. Okay, 1. Okay, and ciao. Okay, that one's down, and then we got this guy. We haven't seen this guy in ages, actually. How you doing? How you doing, man? Hey. Well done, D. Yippee! Okay, that was pretty good. It's too bright for my liking. We don't color shame around here. That's so funny. Everyone's sharing their hex codes. It's incredibly funny. Do you think in like Renaissance periods, like all those like art colleges, do you think they shared their hex codes with each other? Oh, okay, so that was the first one and now we're in the second one. Okay. Color shaming me. One spider and 1 impeder. Colors that I like. I have the hex codes. You can find the hex codes in my character reference. I should re-upload that actually. I've made some I've made changes to the design, but I've changed like menus and stuff. So I might I might update my character sheet. I need to come up with art tags, don't I? 1 crusher and 1 impeder. Oh, I like. Which one's the crusher? That sounds bad actually. I might do this one. As long as the spider isn't like the bit.
No turning back now.
Oh, well, there we go. You know your girlfriend's one? Ah, that's romance. That's romance right there. You knowing your girlfriend's favorite hex code. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? There's a laser! Okay, so they do get taken down by the laser. That's good. Oh, I didn't need to use confuse on that one. Oh, that laser was closer than I thought. Huh. Oh my god, that was annoying. My purple is dark too, high saturation. That's the good shit. Dark, high saturation. Love it. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I love that. I love that so much.
One of them's lost.
I don't think I should.
Some good stuff in there.
If you're up for the challenge.
No. Maybe actually, it's not too bad. I might do that. I might do that actually, Diana. You've tempted me.
Wonder what we can get for that at the shelter.
Oh, it's this area. Oh, we got a charge piercer. Come on, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Do you believe in me, chat? Do you believe in me? Oh god. Oh god, that's like a jump. Alright, well, we're in it now. I got my ult. I got my ult. I got my ult if we need to do that. I got my ult. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this.
Is this the right way?
Guess we'll find out.
Bee! Bee! Hi, Bee! How are you doing? I'll get another one of those, actually. That would be really good. How are you doing, Bee? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. Hope you're waking up lovely. I hope you're more awake than I am. Because I am very much not. Alright, let's deal with the spider first, because that's gonna fuck me up like that. He said get fucked again. He said it. He said the thing. He said get fucked. You can't say that, there's a child. There's a child. Ah! Eep! Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm so bad. Alright, that one down. And... oh, there's like a gun there, isn't there? Yeah! Woo! Let's fucking go! Oh my god, I'm so bad. You just gotta lock in.
Got some useful stuff. Good job, Hugh.
Thank you. Aw. I feel so validated when she says good job.
Find this.
And that'll be fun. It's a... what are you up to? What you got at my desk? Gonna be doing some UE5 coding. Oh! Good luck, B. Good luck, B. B, you know, if there's any ever... oh my god, I can't talk today. Fucking hell. I'm gonna drink more Monster and then I'll try that question again. I'll try that sentence again, alright? Right. Alright. If there is ever any help you need with Unreal, just throw me a DM. I've been using Unreal since, like, Unreal 3... I got hands. I got hands. Sometimes they break. Sometimes they get possessed by my girlfriend, but it's all good. Oh my god, it wasn't over. It wasn't over.
What the heck does that mean?
That's where we got absolute Ogyon. Oh, I love absolute Ogyon. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, let's do this.
Be careful.
Yes. Yes, Fibri. Alright, can I get that? But yeah, I've been using Unreal for way too long. Just let me know if you have any questions or if something isn't making sense to you about Unreal. Oh, I fucked myself in the I've trapped myself in the corner there. Ah! I might have to use the sticky bomb on this one, cause like... I would never. Ah! I say as I went straight into that. No, not stasis net. Hopefully that should make it a lot easier. Yeah, it does. Ah! Okay, can we get that again? It's gonna jump! Whee! Oh, 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 oh. Yeah! Woo! Let's go! Oh my god, it's not over. Fuck off! Oh, I shouldn't use all those confused, should I? Silly me for thinking that the game... Ah! What the fuck is that? Okay, well, we're avoiding those because they're big and red and mean. No! Oh, fuck! Oh, no! I was doing so well. Oh, I was doing so well. It's blueprinting, which I know you mentioned you did. It's sort too on this specific puzzle, but just let me know. If you have any problems, just tell me what the design is and we can work something out. Because, yeah, I've been using blueprints for far too long. Thank you, Diana.
One more limb regulator, the tree will disappear.
I'm gonna have a wind down with a chat with you.
Fine. Why do you have to shove it in the middle of nowhere?
It's more fun that way?
You that fun? Running around looking for those things?
UE tech support streams coming soon. That is actually on my list.
Well,
Unreal has a bit of a bad reputation right now to being really unoptimized, and I do agree in parts, but there are things that you can do as a developer to make it better, and there are things that other people have done to make it better. So I do want to like, I know it's one of those things where like sometimes a rumor can just like spread around like gamers, like people who play games but don't really know too much about making them. Like a rumor can spread around a little bit, and sometimes it's like not quite true. Emergency cool control stress. When not backed by an enemy, press RB at the right moment to regain footing. Oh, I'm never gonna do that. I'm gonna do that though. That sounds amazing. Fortnite brave prop. Main bad rep is Fortnite. I mean, look, like, Unreal is like, whatever Unreal like has in terms of like new features, whenever Epic, who makes Unreal, makes a new feature, it's usually related to whatever project that they are working on themselves. So, you know, when Unreal 4 came out, they were working on a VR game, so a lot of VR features were added. They were prototyping an open world game, so we had a lot of open world features as well. They were making a weird third-person action MOBA, and so we got a whole bunch of like systems for that, like the gameplay ability system. But lately they've just been working on Fortnite. Like, it's just all Fortnite. So any new features that we have are either Fortnite related, or there's something like a programmer at Epic have just made in their like spare time. And will never get updated if they get made redundant. Who even owns the rights to Unreal Engine? Epic Games. There's a whole bunch of like licensing stuff that you need to do there, but like, yeah. So, I know. I haven't played Fortnite in ages, I'm not gonna lie. I went back to, I played it during lockdown, because it was what my friends were playing, you know how it is. But I went back to get Miku, and then I left again. That's really about it. Freeze was actually really useful. Let's use that one. Recursive learning. Increase how to engage build-up by 15. What good to... Ooh. What have we got right now? Reduces damage received by 20% when your HP is below 50. That's quite useful, because it's usually below 50. Open enemies stay exposed for 15% longer. Increase the speed of repair cartridges and boost their effectiveness by 10%. That's actually been really useful as well. I keep it like that, honestly. Reduces damage received 20% when aiming. Nah, I'll keep it as that. What was that? My god, chat. You're all nattering away, aren't you? You're all nattering away. It was, has a rhythm. Oh my god, yeah, it has a rhythm game in it, hasn't it? They've added like a rhythm thing to it for some reason. Oh no, do you have to do all this again? Oh dear. Oh dear. I played Miku once in Season 1, never found interest in it. Didn't look the game for multiple years. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of that right now.
That Lancer's laser we saw
Make up feet.
some range.
just tell me where to file my complaint.
I couldn't focus at all. Knowing it could hit
Alright.
us was
Oh, we need to
so
like go through and around here, don't we? Oh, I could have spawned a little bit closer to it, couldn't I? Damn it. Never mind. Didn't they plan to shut down Fortnite Festival but decided to keep it? Did they try to shut down Fortnite? I thought Fortnite Festival was where they were getting most of their... like, a lot of the players were coming in from there. Do I have to do this boss again? Surely not. Surely not. Surely they wouldn't make me do this boss again, right? Surely. This is snap. No, the door's open. Okay, cool. Oh my god. My goal is to convince Augie to play Gauntlet Dark Legacy with me on the PS2 GameCube. Ooh. I'd kind of be down for that.
Did you always eat dinner with your family?
When I was living with them, yeah. I'd come home after school and tell them about my day or whatever, and they'd always listen no matter what. I was grateful for that. But oh, there were times when I really ticked them off.
What did you do?
That's a secret.
Ah. Hugh has these hidden depths, but like, because we don't know them, I feel like I can't really connect with him as much. You know what I mean? Is that just me? Come on, vocals. Ugh. I have no idea what that. I usually go back and I find that they've done something like crazy that I really don't have much interest in. Not gonna lie. Okay, this way. We gotta do this one again, though. We gotta do this bit again. I know that for sure. Wait, seriously? Oh, we don't have to. Cool. Hey, let's go. Genuinely thought we had to do that bit again. That is so funny. They added the gorilla skins. I was kind of tempted by that, but I just didn't want to deal with it, not gonna lie. Oh my god, well, summoning drama out of thin air is usually what the internet does with anything that's, like, vaguely popular, so I'm not surprised. Oh, look at the shadows. That's actually really cool. Sorry, that really got... I'm so tired, chat. Oh my god, oh, let me have a drink of this. Why did I think that it was a good idea to do 2 sequential 6-hour streams? Fucking hell. I don't have to do this fight again. No, okay, we'll go... Oh, bye, dupe. Oh, I fucked that one up. Thank you! Was that a YouTube sub? Was that a YouTube sub? I think that was. People are watching the video! Ah! Ah! Fuck, I walked into that one. I need to time my dodges a bit better, don't I? Okay, got that one, and... Ciao! Next update, Forza to do a 24-hour stream, because at some point I do kinda want to try it. One of my long-term goals is to have, like, a really long stream, like a marathon of something.
We'll turn the bots against each other.
Just because I think it would be funny. Let's do this one again. Fortnite's trying to become a worse Roblox. Depending on who you talk to, then that's saying something. Depending on who you talk to. I have no opinions either way because I've never played Roblox. I don't think it's for me. I want to avoid this laser. There we go. I did 13 hours by accident, but I was locked in reading Homestuck. Fern! Hey Fern! How's it going? The stream's going great. I mean, I'm very tired, but I am waking up and really enjoying everyone's company. Really enjoying everyone's company this morning. How are you doing, Fern? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. Hope you're having a lovely time. I hope you're all waking up. Hope you're all feeling fresh, ready to face the day. Or to just hang back and just play games with me. Phineas! What's going on? I am unsurprised another Homestuck fan has been attracted here. No, do not be surprised. Don't be surprised. Thus is the community that we are. Augie's into Homestuck. I have indeed read Homestuck. Start to finish. I was gonna do a Let's Read as well, but that fell through. Okay, that's the difficult... Chat, do we do the difficult thing again? Do we try the difficult thing? We got quite close, didn't we? Do we try it again? We've got more health, and we've got all our healing items. Do I do the difficult thing as well? While I read chat, you can... Frogo says yes. Forcing my boyfriend to make me tea, said before 1p for commission. Oh. Fern boyfriend, do it! Do it. You should. If he loved you. No, I can't say that. Who do you think got Oggy into Homestuck? Yeah. Yeah. Technically, Fire, I was reading it before. I was reading it before I met you. But yeah, you basically got me to read the rest of it. When people compare things to Roblox, things like generating community of children, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a big thing. It's a biggie. It's a biggie. Try it. Okay, let's go. Let's go. UT fans would swear. Can't wait to get paid and finally commission someone for a Minecraft skin. Ooh. I need to get a Minecraft skin, actually. Okay, so we've done this bit. Oh, okay, this is gonna be a lot easier, actually, if it's letting us scoot by that one. That's great. That's great. That's actually really good. Shockwave gun, please. That'd be amazing. Undertale and Delarian fan. Hello! I actually really love both of them, not gonna lie. I love Undertale. If I had to, like, choose between the two of them, which I know I don't really want to, but I do really, really fucking love Delarian. Like, I really love Delarian. I think Toby's doing an amazing job there. But if we're talking about fandoms, oh my goodness me. They make mountains out of molehills over there, don't they?
Don't go inside the circle.
Ka-chow! I'm gonna try and use some of those confuse for later. For the later guys, I think. Let me avoid some of those. Ah! Oh god, that was closer than I thought! I loved Undertale was great. I think it was great for a first run, and I think it's got some great concepts in it. I think there's some things where it could have been better, and Toby knows it and has improved it for Deltarune, so that's made me really happy. Not that I think that it makes Undertale bad or anything. I think Undertale is like actually like really, really, really good. It's one of those games where you love it more the more you learn about it. I feel like going in blind in Undertale is like actually really difficult. Like you're gonna be quite confused by a lot of things. But like once you learn some of the secrets and some of the hidden things that are like just out of view, like I think you learn to love it even more. That's my opinion. I played it when it came out. I didn't play the demo, but when it first came out on Steam, I played it day one. Zero knowledge of what, like I didn't know anything about the game. I was just told to play it. And so I did, and I'm gonna be honest, that was the worst experience of playing Undertale that you could do. Just because I was just confused all the time, and I was wondering why everything was so difficult. But then I actually learned, like, oh no, there's like passive stuff, and there's like pacifist route, and there's like genocide route, and if you don't know that, you will probably end up on the neutral route. And so that's just what happened to me, and I got very confused. But once I understood that, and I went back and I played it again, I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense now. I actually like got my head around it. Ah! There we go. Flying down. And be careful, Diana, for you. I don't want to disappoint Diana. That'll make me sad. Ah! Oh, here we go. Ciao! Hey! Love first chapter of Deltarune. First chapter was great. My favorite is second chapter, I think. Got better game. Deltarune got better gameplay compared to Undertale. I do agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I think having a party helps as well. Like, I think the game is like both games are very funny, but I think the comedy was just hit just right. Oh shit! Shit! Yo!
And now we got
Oh!
Family!
probably a buck and his spawn.
So your DNA is a 50% match.
What are we talking about?
A family isn't just what's in your DNA.
It isn't?
Not at all. I mean, I was adopted.
Adopted?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
When a family takes you in as their own, even though we don't share the same DNA, they're still my family. And I love them.
Seeing a deer. My girlfriend is a big fan of Toho and has been trying to get me into Toho. I'm not gonna lie though, I suck at those kinds of games, so it's gonna take a bit for me to get into Toho, but I do really want to. Emergency response manual. Plants inside the Terradome and monitors in dedicated area would be automatically shut down in the event of a problem. After resolving the issue, reboot the regulators and perform an error check. Regulators can be linked together, but if the system is offline, each must be restarted manually. Okay. Start with the newer games because they have an easy mode. Yeah, I will probably do that. People who think Megalovania is an Undertale song. It is not.
About the limb regulator.
Then we take the lift to go see Ace, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Toho is a big inspiration for Toby Fox. I threw Froggo into Toho 8. Obligated to say bad apple. First person to put bad apple in Open Freddy will get my respect. That's all I can promise. I can promise that.
A new unit.
Ooh! Easy to use and capable of fully automatic fire. This rifle prioritizes speed over power, hitting enemy weak points with slightly increased heat buildup. Oh, it's like a... Okay, so it'll... Oh! Let's give that a try. That replaces the pistol. Crazy. Okay, I didn't know that. Hidden Easter egg is just Toho.
We're here.
Yeah, they're all quite...
Delphi sure didn't
You don't need to pick one of them, I've heard. Like, there's some that are, like, some people recommend more than others, but, like, yeah, that's what I heard. Maybe add Doom into Open Freddy while you're at it. I mean,
Then let's get on that lift and go.
it's all C#, baby. A lot of people admit, oh, I see that, I see that, I see that, I see that, I see that. How do we get up there, though? I have no idea how you get up there. It's all C#, like, whatever libraries you can implement. Like, we're gonna need to have some, you know, we're gonna need to, like, oh, here we go. We're gonna need to have some, like, checks and things for, like, mods, support later on, but, like, it's all just C# libraries, you know? Oh, it's flowers! Oh, we can give her some flowers! Oh my gosh.
What that?
Ah, you made it. Few ever do. You stumbled onto the top secret Terradome Anime Club. Once the fulfillment cherry trees reach perfection, we will gather here with our finest sake to celebrate. Since you've discovered our hidden spot, consider yourself invited. Leave your drinkable cleaning fluid at the door. This is your shot to taste real booze. Reach out if you dare. Isamu Club President. Lovely. That's amazing.
Hanami.
Just gonna enjoy nature.
It's a Japan thing, I think.
Hanami? What's that?
Bunch of people under a cherry tree having a good old time.
Whoa, that sounds like fun.
Cute. That's really cute. Wonder if that line ever changes for the dub. That'd be really Interesting. To see. Where are we going? Oh, we need to take this lift up, don't we? Let's go!
So, we finally get to meet 8. I wonder what her deal is. Could she be the scientist that made you?
How's our Sunday mornings, everyone?
You remember
There's a lot of you, isn't there? Hello, hello, hello.
It's
Welcome
not
in.
that.
Anyone
I
lurking?
someone
We love and appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here.
See.
And,
When we
trying
step off.
desperately to wake up in this Sunday morning. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Do we want to give her the flowers now? Oh my god, Chad, should we give her the flowers now? I want to do that. I'm gonna give her the flowers now. It's already noon over there. Well, good afternoon. Not long for me now, actually. Wow, it's... Yes! You're going for an hour and a bit. Lovely.
So, what should we do?
Just woke up to drama that code overnight? Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's give her a present.
Phew. We rebooted both the regulators.
Drama is not fun. Give her a present. 12 is noon, yeah. 12 p.m. So cute.
Were these the ones from the Terradome?
Non-English speaker moment. That's fine. That's okay.
Phew. We rebooted both the regulators.
Oh, I thought she said Hugh. I thought she said Hugh. She went, phew.
I'm glad all the trees didn't go away.
Didn't take you for the tree hugging type.
The Terradome would be so empty without them.
Aww.
Yeah. Who spends a place like that without some green in it?
She gonna play with the flowers, or where's she going? I'm seeing her wander around. She's really like a Tomodachi in this, in the shelter, isn't she? Is she going to the slide? I think she's going to the slide. Yeah, she's at that slide, isn't she? She's on that slide grind. No, it's the balloon! She loves that balloon! She loves that balloon. Especially when you try and stay out of it but get dry. Oh my god, yeah. Ah, absolute treat, eh? I find it better to just keep your head down, usually. A lot, 90% of drama is just not worth it. Unless it's like internet fandom drama, then like 100% of it is not worth it. Cannot be asked with that. Sorry, every fucking time. Every fucking time that gets me. It gets me every single time. Oh, I'm such a bad person. I'm such a bad... To avoid drama, I stay off Twitter. Oh, fuck. God, I wish that was me. Stay off Twitter, stay off Tumblr. Chat, I was Oh, hello. Oh, she's got her flowers. No, she's got... Oh, no, that's fine. Oh my god, she's making a...
Flower crown.
Ah! Oh! Oh my gosh! She's making a flower crown. Oh!
Don't have much of a smell, though.
No, they don't. Oh!
Oh, I hope a butterfly shows up.
That'd be cool. Oh!
Done!
Ah!
Look, isn't it perfect? I was making a flower crown because I saw it in a book. I'll weave the flowers into a loop and then wear it on my head.
That's pretty cool.
I know. Don't worry, I'll let you wear it too.
For me? I'm not so sure that'll suit my style.
Why not? I think it'd look great on you.
Look, I'm already wearing a helmet, so that thing would just slip right off.
Oh, that's true. Well, more flowers for me then.
Oh. No problem, Portal. See you later. Have a lovely rest of your day. Have a lovely rest of your day. Ah. Oh, I just realized why my face tracking is so bad. I haven't turned my light on. Hold on. There you go. Is the crown also considered AI art? No!
You won't find me this time.
Yeah, it would be AI art, wouldn't it?
I'm ready.
I didn't think about that. That's so funny. Vampire Oggy. I mean, I got a little sharp fang, don't I? Out here? Oh, there she is.
I want you to find me, but I kinda did.
You found me. Found her.
I was sure you wouldn't find
All right,
me
let's upgrade our stuff and then we will carry on. Oh, bless. Oh, we've only got one of those. Okay. Yo! That was another YouTube sub, wasn't it? Aw, bunny! Hell yeah! Thank you, YouTube sub. I love well, every time I get set up for a stream, I get a little ding. Video VOD watchers, yeah, exactly. Most of them are from the video right now, so. But some of them might be from the VOD. I actually don't know. Some of them could be. Oh, actually, that's a great question. While I have you here, question chat. Would you be interested? Because all of these, like, all of it, like, the gameplay, I'm just gonna play here on Twitch, right? But, like, those VODs don't stay around very long. They stay around for, like, 7 days and then they're gone. And I know some people like to watch some of the old VODs, even if it's not, like, big things like debuts or anything. They like to see, they like to see them. So, would you be interested in, like, an Augie VODs YouTube? Make them a whole edited video on YouTube. I'm probably not gonna edit them, just because, it takes a lot of time and my focus is on making games. Like, a lot of my edited videos will be about, like, game dev. This is, like, I'm just hanging out here with you guys, just playing games right now. But, like, to be fair, if there is interest in me editing down some gameplay, then we can have, like, Augie games or something like that. Should I have, like, a second I could have a second YouTube channel and put some VODs there or something like that. I was gonna do VODs or something until I saw your Twitch video VODs wasn't published. I know, I have saved them now. I've saved, yeah, Twitch VODs are saved now. Yeah, I might make a second YouTube channel and, like, put the VODs over there, maybe. And if people are really interested in, like, having some edited gameplay videos, then I can see what I can do. You know? Maybe I might do that. So yeah. Any game development, like any game dev streams we do, those VODs will be on, like, my main YouTube channel. They'll just be in the live streams, because I multi-stream, right? But, like, yeah, gameplay and stuff that I only do on Twitch is, like, yeah, it's, as I said, it's early days. Things are gonna change around. Things are gonna move around. Oh, gotcha. There you go. Thank you. That sounds great, Queen. Not gonna lie. That sounds sick. What a Sunday. What a Sunday. Am I happy with the left panel? Sticky bombs and a riot blaster. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's do confused and let's do freeze. Oh yeah. Uggy dev. Uggy dev. Central lift, upper floor. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, we're gonna work things out as it goes. It hasn't even been a week. I have to keep telling myself that. It hasn't even been a week. I sometimes catch myself being like, oh my god, what do I need to do? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? It hasn't even been a week. It's chill. Take it easy. It's just been a wild, like, week. You can feed your ideas and stuff you can do. We can feed you ideas and stuff you can do low-key. Hey, if you have any ideas or suggestions, I made an entire channel. I made an entire channel on the Discord for like suggestions and feedback. If there's anything you want to see, like if you do want to see edited gameplay, I can just like post that. See if anyone else has posted it on the feedback forum. Upvote it if you do. If you agree with anything, and I will see what I can do. Of course, a lot of it's just gonna be about time. A lot of it's gonna be about how much effort I can put into it. You know, it's gonna take a while. Discord, hey! Join the Discord. Join the Discord. Get alerts. Get alerts when I stream. Talk about open fret. What the fuck? Is that another?
You're here.
Yo.
Thank you.
Yo. Oh.
So you're 8.
I ain't.
What on earth happened here?
It's part of the
I was
tree.
preparing to depart for Earth. A moonquake struck, damaging Edis.
I thought she was dead too.
The bots, these trees, everything went out of control. You can see how well I fared.
Moonquake. I lost my team when it hit.
If we can access the mainframe, we could force Edis offline with this stop code. As Pragmata, we're equipped with the ability to overwrite a system's programming. That same power lies within you, Diana. There's nothing like that in my memory. I see. How unfortunate.
Well, let's see what we can do about that tree.
Free her.
I'm sorry. I'm no help. That's not true. You've made it this far, haven't you? We can stop Edis together.
Doesn't look like we can do anything here. But there's another place we can check.
Yo.
We'll shut Edis down, and then we'll head to Earth.
Hold on, 8. We'll get you out of there. Thank you.
Poor 8. Poor 8. Oh
You two
no.
look like twins.
Yeah.
What's up?
Huh?
8 sure seemed driven.
Yeah. Not sure why she wants to go to Earth, but
My heart, how dare they? I know.
should be another
8.
regulator down below. One that can clear that tree. Let's go find it.
Instead of working, I'm just watching Ogyon play games. If you do need to work, please go right ahead. No, it's more than okay if you need to. If you can put this on in the background, even better. Oh, hey, nice. Put this on in the background, even better. But that is entirely up to you. Hey. That's why I think there's gonna be like a vertical, like a giant vertical jump. I think. Need a break anyways, fair. We're going clips while modding. Nice. Oh, I see another one. Is that where we're supposed to be going? I just jumped down here. Oh, no, I can't reach that. Plunk. Oh no. Objective? Oh, I need to go back up and then across. Okay, cool. Amazing. Those clips of yours are great, Farah. I made my first clip on Friday. It's actually kind of fun. I absolutely messed up my audio though for the stream. So I had to kind of fix that in post. Just a bit annoying. Let me move closer to the mic for you so you can actually hear my dulcet tones. More like dumbset tones. I'm hilarious. Very clippable because they I mean, based on the clips that you share, yes. That's just a point that's proved.
So fun to collect.
Oh man, let's go.
I can hear the sound of waves.
No way. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Is
Yo. Oh. Oh, there he is. You're right here.
You've been to the sea before? On Earth?
Of course I have. Got a house with a view and everything.
Wow.
Show off.
We'd head down to the water anytime we felt like taking a break from it all.
It really does make him look like Bumblebee, doesn't it? I might change this outfit next time.
Still.
The breeze in the paint?
It'll make sense when you see it. You know, back on Earth. You just gonna stay here when this is all done? What do you want?
I want to go to Earth.
Yeah!
You. Can I really go?
You don't want to be on this fucking moon.
Then I can go see your house and the ocean and real trees.
You bet.
High five.
Okay, but we gotta help 8 first, right?
Roll out.
And then we can all go to Earth together.
Yeah. You got it.
This game is doing devastating things to my heart. This is doing devastating things to my heart. Oh my god.
Right.
Little creature. Oh my god, little footsteps. That's really cute. Oh my god. Roll out. Alright, that's where we came from. This is where we... Kind of sad, it's reminding me of myhouse.wad. Oh shit.
Dark as hell in here.
Oh shoot. Where are we? I accidentally just Undertale moment, just fell into a pit. Oh Christ, what's going on? What the hell? Oh no, this guy! No! Oh no! Darkness enveloping me.
There's a broken cabin here. Maybe that's their train.
Oh no!
Data.
Poor little guy. Routine checks report. All sectors of the Terra Dome remain fully operational and construction. New areas within the schedule. With the routine tasks now handled by bots, humans caused delays have been eliminated. Smooth sailing. Note, system indication noted an unrecognized admin level update to IDIS, probably authorized by Earth HQ will follow. Oh no, it was an update! It was a patch! It was the kill everyone update!
Admin access level on Edis? Is that even possible?
I bet there's a bunch of security to stop.
Oh, I got it.
Well, like anyone could get past all that.
Oh, was that it? Was that all that's here? I think that was everything that's here. I fear she may not be- Don't say that! Don't say that far. No, no, she will come to Earth. You just gotta believe. You just gotta believe. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine, and my heart will not be absolutely demolished by the end of this game. My favorite thing is look at this skybox. You can actually see like it's just a dome above it. That's really fun. I really like that. It's just a dome above everything. They're bonding too much. No. I mean, I'm just gonna say I don't fancy 8's chances too much. Let's just say that. Let's just say that and carry on. For a game that's all about like having like a lot of like sci-fi features, all its natural elements look really good as well. God, this game just looks really good. A, B, A. Oh, 4. Okay, we got this. Oh. When an enemy's heat gauge is full, it'll be knocked down. Okay, cool. Not that one. That one. Can I just, like, dupe this guy? Oh, there we go.
It's my turn.
Oh, that's what that heat thing is. Okay. There we go. Nice. Explosion! There you go.
2 more to go, right? Maybe we should hire our own bot to do this for us.
He's gonna make AI do everything. Classic. Classic you. Classic you. Wait, where are the other buttons? Oh, that's the door to get in there. Are they around the station, maybe? Let's wander around. Wait. Oh, there we go. In here. Sneaky. Oh, here we go. It's all the... Oh, this is the other side of the room. That's where we were. That's where we were, chat. Wow. Geography.
Feels like we're being watched.
Oh, I see that. Oh, fucking hell! Fuck! What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Be careful.
Ow! Ow! No! No! It fucking... It's got all dead souls on us, chat! It's got all dead souls on us! It's got all dead souls on us! No, I don't like that! I don't like that! Oh, there's one of the keys. Yeah.
You know, I'd love to
Not a
connect
fan.
the brain that scattered all these terminals around.
He was gonna beat up a level designer. Should I say saw it coming? A photon laser. Powerful attack unit shoots a concentrated oh, this is the railgun. Oh no, it's like just a beam. Oh, fun.
Laser shooting for continuous damage.
Continuous damage. Sick gun. Hydrate, everyone.
Look out for its targeting sensor.
And ka-choo! Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's great. Stretch up as well. Exactly. Stretch. We'll have a break soon, I think.
Overdrive protocol activated.
Oh, I didn't need to do all of that, did I? I just wasted some of that. Yeah, we'll have a bit of a break in about 15 minutes. We'll have a break and then we'll get back to it. I want to make sure y'all are healthy, you know? Make sure y'all are doing alright.
Careful! It's going to jump!
Oh god! Ow!
If only we had a unit.
If only. Oh, that's that done. Ha! Okay, let's go to that, and then... There we go. Oh, come on, Diana. There we go. Ka-chow! I'm just going through all my guns now. Take that! Let's put another sticky bottle in, I guess, while that one charges. Oh. Boom! There we go. Aggressive ball. I don't like them, honestly. Yay! There we go.
Keep up the pace.
Good morning, Bubbles! Good morning. Ah! Oh, fucking hell! Good morning, Bubbles. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning or noon or whatever it is for you. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, that's a baddie. That's a baddie. Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh. Bubbles, my heart is being tested. I'm like a little guinea pig. I don't know if I can deal with all of this. Oh, I just boosted into him. That's a bad idea.
You're going down.
There we go. Ah. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're just having... I would say that we're having a chill weekend, but as you can tell, I'm not... Oh, fuck. Okay, don't do that again. Do not jump. No, do not jump behind the chest. Okay. Oh, is this a little lookout? Oh, it's a little lookout. Oh, that's so cute. Good morbs. May your morbs be merry this Sunday morbing. I tell you, it's been exhausting starting a... Oh, I completely messed that up. There we go. It's been exhausting doing a bit of, like, the 6-hour stream yesterday and carrying on this morning. But I'm telling you, I'm having the time of my fucking life. This game is amazing. I'm really enjoying this game so much. Like, genuinely, it's so much fun. Is this the way that we're supposed to be going? Is this where the door is? No. Where the fuck are we? Oh, okay. This is where we started. Okay, got it. Down here, right? Yeah. Genuinely, I'm so enjoying this game. It's getting me through it. Oh. No, you fucker! Oh, fuck, not again! No! No!
I was too slow.
Hey, don't sweat it.
Oh, no!
Dude, overdrive protocol. Trying to hide.
I see it.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I see it. Oh, damn it! No! Fuck! Oh, those things are horrible. I hate them. I hate them so much. It's not fair having invisible like that. Maybe some rapid fire could help us find it. Okay. I got Starfield yesterday. Woo!
Time, okay?
I'll get this game someday. I recommend it. It's really good.
The sea was...
Have fun with Starfield, though.
I couldn't believe my eyes. The sparkling water
I'm just so glad we get to wind. Whenever we die, instead of me going straight back at it and getting really frustrated, I can just hang out with Diana for a bit. That's probably the best part.
That's only the beginning. I'll take you all over, kiddo. Something to look forward to.
Aww. Protect Diana at all costs. Exactly.
I have a surprise for you.
What?
I drew another picture.
Yo!
Ta-da!
Oh!
I made this while thinking about you.
Oh my
You're
god!
always keeping me company and talking to me.
Oh my gosh!
I really like this one. Keep up the good work.
Oh my god!
I'll do my best.
You see clips of Diana dancing. Oh my gosh! Oh, that's too much. Where's she going? She's having a heckin' wander. I got 7 of those upgrade things. Okay, cool. I'll do a bit of an upgrade while I'm here, actually. That'd be good. What are you gonna do? Is she gonna draw? Is she gonna look at the globe? Is she gonna go to TV? Is she gonna have her brain rotted by TV? No! Globe! Educate yourself! That's so cute. Whee! I need to find all of those, honestly. Right, I'm gonna change out of the Bumblebee outfit. Which one should I go for? Should I go for the cat or should I go for the Bushido? I really like the Bushido, but the cat is so fun. Horrible histories on TV, though. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. Should we change Diana? I kind of like the blue, but... The Fluffy calls to me always, though. I'm gonna keep her in the blue, actually. I kind of like that. I'm gonna keep that. He was a cat boy. Confirmed. Confirmed. Did everyone like the clips I put in the video of, that wasn't, some people thought that was Horrible Histories, like the clips that I put in my video. That wasn't, that was Yonderland, one of the shows that the team made after Horrible Histories. Great show, very funny. If you love the comedy of, Horrible Histories, absolutely, it's really fun. Really fun. You can find the episodes anywhere, actually, so I do recommend it. Charge Piercer, Shockwave Gun. Charge Piercer. Charge Piercer, there we go. Confused. Right, let's get our ass. Oh, activating fast moves successfully starts a period of slow time when the weapon damage is increased. No, I don't want that one. Vocal Sim for 15 years. So funny. That one. I bet you we were so close to a respawn point. I bet you we were so close to a respawn point. Just that guy messed us up.
I can't believe those creeper bots can disappear like that.
Creeper bots?
But if you pay close attention, I think we can still see where they are.
Stay calm, stay vigilant. You got it.
Yeah. We got this. Are you sharing Horrible Histories quotes in the chat? It's been so long since I actually watched it, not gonna lie. I might actually watch it again. Somewhere here. Alright, you fucker. Alright, you fucker. Oh, I bet they're not here anymore. Ha! Oh, it's that Family Guy. Oh, my bad. I have not watched either in a very long time. Oh god, frame rate. Yeah, that was literally a respawn point right here. Fucking hell.
You wanna go back to the center and regroup?
No, we literally just were there. Safeguard sensitive experiments conducted in the Terra Dome were testing a system that uses high-tech jamming devices to block outside radio interference. Oh, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? The jamming signal blocked incoming interference for a limited time, preventing not only unauthorized access, but also forcing intrusions like hacking. Oh no, this is gonna stop us from hacking things, isn't it? This is gonna be a thing to stop Diana from hacking. No! No! Oh, I know it. You know it, don't you? It's that one. Hey.
That device is emitting some kind of jamming signal. If we touch it,
Oh.
we won't be able to hack.
What the heck are we supposed to do?
Oh, okay, so you just avoid those waves. Okay. Oh god, another thing that we have to... another thing that we have to, like, avoid. Oh god. They're just stacking them, aren't they? They're stacking so many new things. Let's get rid of this one.
Doing my part.
Thank you, Diana.
Wow, more limb.
That's what I'm saying anytime I see limbs. Wow. What a limb. Dark moment. Door.
Looks like that door's blocked.
Yeah, that tree's in our way.
Oh god. Oh god. Ah!
Get ready. Splitting the hack.
Take that, you bugger! Wait, I can do this. And achoo! Ow! Oh, I didn't realize it was that close. There we go. There we go. Pow. Oh, I hate those things so much. I can't believe they go from such a lovely scene on the beach to this horrible, horrible thing. They're so mean. They're so mean. Surely they wouldn't do something like that at the end of the game. Definitely not.
You think 8's tree's gone now too?
I don't think so. Seems like it only got rid of the trees in here.
No worries. Have lunch. Take care. We will be here. We will be here, when you get back, most definitely. Click. Down here? Yeah. I really want to collect all the REMs on stream, but we'll see what we do. We'll see how we go. I genuinely don't know what my schedule is for tomorrow. Oh, that's bad. Up. But okay, well, who needs to worry about the jammer if we're just bad at this game? There we go. What? I dodged it! Oh, I didn't dodge that, though. Oh, damn it. That one. Okay, I didn't dodge that one. There's like a bit of a delay between, the like, aiming and jumping that really throws me off. Can I grab you? Oh, not like that. Can I just do this real quick? There we go. That might make it a lot easier. There we go. Okay. I gotta be honest, sometimes I just forget, like, what each of them do. Like, where, like, the weak points are. Oh, God. Ow. Oh my god, it's not going down! Oh, there we go. Ah. Was that for me, Fire Up? Oh, hello. Because I'm not looking at my DMs. I don't know what you messaged me.
Yeah, let's do this.
I'm gonna be honest, the jammer thing has really thrown me off. Oh, God, hello. Oh, haha. No, that's just coincidence. I'm not looking at my DMs right now. There we go. Yeah, I'll work that out. If you're asking what I'm gonna be doing, I have no idea, and I will find out soon. I see it. Oh no, can I not go back? Oh, damn it! I want to get the chest. Oh, damn it! Schedules are for nerds. Schedules are for people who are organized. Ugh, kind of that. What's this? Ooh, charge piercer, please. There we go. Ooh.
How many mouse traps are they gonna set for us?
This is security zone? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the thing. That's the where that. Oh, that's where it is. Ah, hell yeah. I just needed patience. Yeah, that's really nothing. That's something I do not have. Nope. Fuck.
On and on. Enough already.
Oh, is that a tracker? Oh, it doesn't go this far. Cool. I'm just gonna stay here for a bit. And we're gonna... That's gonna be us. We're just gonna stay here, because I don't think the jammer goes this far. Hey, I did it perfect. I did perfect. Oh, yeah. Ow. I didn't see that. Not gonna lie. There we go. Take that! Alright, charge piercer. Are you stuck? My guy, are you stuck on that wall? I think he's stuck on that wall. There we go. I think he was stuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that was on me for thinking. Oh god, there's more of them. Run. Okay. Okay, now we have to make sure. Fuck! Ah! Damn it! Oh, I thought I could get that! No! Fuck! There's not enough time! Alright, let me do this other one first, I guess. Maybe that one's a little bit easier. There we go. One down. Because I got that one wrong, I think it's like making it even harder. There we go. Alright, where were we? Let's sticky bomb you. Sticky bomb you. And there we go. Ow! Shockwave gun.
Oh, if only we had a unit that could delete nodes.
You're right, Diana. Sticky. Sticky. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, let me pick this up. Scare some people who don't. It's kind of how it is, isn't it? Ah, da, 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 da. Oh, I need to sticky bomb them again! Sticky. Sticky. Yay! That almost didn't work. Huh.
Careful! It's going to jump! Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Oh, I forgot my ult. Okay, cool. I won't use it now because I feel like it's a bit of waste, but... Ah! Let me pick up one of these, actually. That would be useful. Oh, come on! Ah! Stop that!
Linking the enemy.
Stop that! Pichu!
Going to jump!
Yo! Oh, that's that Twitch sub. Fucking die!
Don't go inside the circle!
Alright, there we go. Alright, one down. One more to go. Da, 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 da.
Be careful!
Oh, mate, can you stop that? Mate! Da 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 da. Dude! Oh no, fuck that one up. Fuck that one up. That. Could have been better. Could have been a lot worse. Tell you what, I'm gonna use the Confuse. Even though there's no enemies for them to fight, they will just, like, mess around a bit, I guess.
Get back!
Are you gonna jump? Oh yeah. Oh, that one bullet in it. Oh, that was really useful, huh? Come on! Come on! It's right fucking there! It's right fucking there! Ah, fuck! Fine! Ah! Oh my god! It's like getting blood out of a stone trying to get damage from that.
Upgrading their designs.
Ah, what the fuck's that? Oh! Oh yeah. Nice! Hey, there we go. Oh my goodness me. We got there. Oh, we should have a 2-minute break soon, shouldn't we, chat? Alright, let me get to a good spot and then we'll have a 2-minute break. Stretch our legs, have a snack. Anything we need to do to take care of ourselves, and we'll do that. But let me get to a good spot first. Hey? That being said, where the fuck are we supposed to go? Oh, even Diana's like, I have no clue. Oh, is it this door here? Oh wait, we didn't pick those up! What the fuck am I doing? I didn't pick them up! Hugh. There we go. Imagine if I just missed all that. That would have been so annoying. Oh no, another dark bit. No! Stop it!
What'd he find?
If one of those fucking creeper. Aw, man. I will genuinely flip my lid. I'll have a fucking conniption. Don't you know? Here? This is where we're supposed to be going, Diana. Please tell me. Diana's not telling me shit. Alright. There's nowhere else we can go, is there? I suppose this way then. Boop. Oh, I don't like this. So dark. Oh, that's no good. Oh, that's no good. That's no bueno. Oh.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, we need to take a break, D. Boom. Oh my goodness me. Alright. Shall we all take 2? 2 minutes, rest, recuperate, have, whatever you would like. Hold on, let me... Oh no, she's making some more art. She's making more art! Chat! Oh no, my heart!
Drawing on a screen is fun, but nothing beats the feel of crayons.
Okay, she'll give it to me when she's done. Alright, so let me put some tunes on. Let me put some bangers on in the background. Alright, great. Boss, right? I love the lo-fi. The lo-fi was really fun. Oh, I love that. That's so fun. I love it. Alright, chat. Tell you what we're gonna do, right? Take 5 minutes. Stretch. Grab some water if you need it. And I will see you in 2 minutes, okay? Alright. Be right back. What's on chat? I'm back. Hope you all had a little bit of a stretch, had a bit of a rest. Hold on, let me get everything back on. There you go. Okay, where were we?
We wish you a happy.
Oh, I could do the.
life.
Oh, wait. Stamps. Stamps.
Be sure to give it a try.
Hey! Oh, press back again. That one. We got 5 stamps now. Fucking hell. We got a new Hue outfit. Ah, hell yeah. Ah, let's try the kitty cat for a bit longer, and then we got that one. Oh, we got a fucking YouTube sub while I was away. Hell yeah. I've been trying to get through all of the, oh, that's really useful. I'm trying to get through all of the comments that people have been posting on the video. I can't reply to all of them, but I am reading all of them.
Popular items.
Ooh, interesting.
An impeccable
Secret reports
choice.
might be really useful, actually. We should take a look at those at some point. Maybe when we got them all.
This is one of our more popular
What's this one?
items.
Direct hits from enemies are no longer reset the hacking matrix. Ooh! Hyper focus. Hell yeah!
Much appreciated.
No problem. I like these guys, they're so cool. Where did Diana go? Where did she go? I wanted to play hide and seek with her. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Hey! You wanna play some hide and seek?
Let's play hide and
Let me move the mic a bit closer to you.
Won't
Me.
find this time.
There you go.
I'm ready.
Here? No? Oh, there she is. Ha! Well, that wasn't very good.
You're so good at this. You won't find me next time. I'll pick a super hard spot.
Well, let's do it now. Because that one was, like, really easy.
I thought of the perfect hiding place. You're never gonna find me.
Yeah?
Ready?
Oh, yeah, she's a little bit further this time. Oh, God. I thought that was her. I thought that was her. It was just a flower crown on an elephant. Oh. Back here? Oh, there she is. Gotcha.
Wow. You're so good at this. You won't find me next time. I'll pick a super hard spot.
Amazing. God, I fucking love this game. God, I fucking love it. Suit might be good. Hacking damage is good. Primary unit is good. Does that only mean the pistol, or can the little rifle be also upgraded as well? I think that's a different one. I might not upgrade that one for a bit actually. I might suit a bit more than Diana a bit more. Oh no, that's it. That's all I got. I'll cheer up. Yeah, it's gonna be in here, isn't it? This one? No. That one? Oh no, it might actually be that one actually. The little top rifle we get on the top. I think that might actually be that. Oh, okay. Photon laser, let's get one of those. Ka-choo! The detail on these guns and everything is insane. Like, this game looks fucking amazing. Looks fucking amazing. I love the visuals. Ooh, object scan. Yes, please. That'd be really good. Oh! Oh, that was so cute! I didn't realize it was gonna do that. Whoa! Amazing. Repair up, please. Mod slot, please. She just fucking ate it. And node slot. Hey, there we go. Oh, we got enough for another one, haven't we? Bot scan. Oh, enemy weak points. That's what we want. That's what we want. Is she gonna do it again? Ah! Crazy. Ah, crazy. I love that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Best to use it all up. No point having it just straggling, eh? Let's put the photon in there and the Riot Blast. Oh, we only have that one. Okay, cool. That one there, I guess. Freeze in there. I actually really like the offense node. Mainly because we don't have anything else, so we might as well keep it. Hyperfocus. I might actually use hyperfocus because that's actually really useful. When we get hit, it won't reset the hacking. That's actually really, really useful. I don't have many attack ones though. I don't like any of them. Like that one's kind of good, and that one's like fine, but no, I'm not really interested in those. Welcome to the Terradome! Cultivation lab. There we go. Let's go! Yeah, I've been like getting so many comments on the video that I'm just like, a lot of them are really good questions, so I've been trying to answer those as much as possible. They've been so positive as well. I've really got like very few negative comments on the video, which I'm really happy with. Yeah, dude. People really like redundant projects. I guess. Down here? Oh, it's so fucking dark. I can't see a shit.
What is all this gunk?
Oh.
The quakes cause this?
The makeup of this stuff is all wrong. Not like Luna filament.
Like it's corrupted or something?
Ugh.
Must have been working on something special down here.
Suspension notice? Oh dear. Planetary has been definitely postponed to prioritize emergency work on the Nexus Tower and AI managed sectors. We sincerely apologize for delivering this news and writing. Deeply appreciate the time, effort, and support you contribute to the. Oh dear. Message delivery failed to Cradle record. The volume has been flagged for issues and could not be delivered. Subject help me. Quarantine reason. Inappropriate content. Policy type. Cradle content. What's this message? Are the bots going haywire? They're killing people on I disorder. Send help now. I hear them. This place won't hold much longer. Make sure of it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's no good. Oh, that's no. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. They're fucking dead. Sharon's dead. Why are we going into this? Oh, I thought the HUD appeared because there was an enemy. It wasn't. It was because of the fast track.
Hope the regulator's close.
Oh god, I hate this. If I wanted to play Dead Cells? No, Dead Cells is a different game. Dead Space. Oh, wow! Ow! Fucking hell! Undertale falling down, please. I forgot he was a kitty cat. I forgot he had the cat ears on.
There it is. That's what we're here for.
Okay.
We can use that to free 8, right?
Yeah.
Boss. Such a boss here. Such a boss here. Such a boss here. I'm not looking forward to it.
Hello, unregistered guests.
Hello.
Your presence here is a violation of Cradle Security Protocol.
Nice.
Please stand by while we remove you from the premises.
Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that? No! Oh god. It's got little feeties. Ah! Oh god. Oh, what the fuck is that? No! We're fucked. Chat, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Why would you make something?
I know!
Think it's one of these? Be careful!
Okay. Take it out and grab the regulator.
Overdrive protocol. On standby.
Oh, it moved too far back. Fuck.
Look out!
What's it doing? Oh, ow! Oh god, okay, it moves quickly after that. Okay, cool. Alright, we're definitely gonna die a few times here, but that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're allowing ourselves that.
Watch out for his tail. Pushing the enemy.
And beam! I moved! Oh, okay, that clinking sound is like when it hits the armor. Okay, okay.
Stay away from those mines. They're gonna
Ah!
We're all over the ground. You best be careful.
Okay. Avoid the mines. Don't yearn for the mines. They lie. Oh, Jesus. No, don't do that. Ow! I dodged. I need to pick up some of these. Real bad. Okay. Some of that as well. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, I dodged too late on that one. Okay, that one's on me. Ah, fuck. Okay, that was on me. My beep. Oh, okay. I just moved too late. I moved too late on that spinny. Whoa, what the fuck is that? No! Ow! Heal. Ah, fucking hell. Alright, run away. Can I heal while running? Sort of.
Be careful.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, that's saved. Nice. Oh, it's gonna do a thing, isn't it? It's gonna do a thing. Oh, no, it's decided against it. Oh, every time. Okay, I just need to wait. I just need patience. No, we keep this. Yeah. I love when she says cracked. Hey, there we go. Oh, God. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's up on the what? Ah! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, so there's missiles coming out there. And there's lasers there. Alright, send that one back. Oh god, that is so fucking big. Take that, take that, take that. There we go. There we go. Okay, I can dodge those now. I'm evolving. I'm improving, I'm adapting. That's a stasis now. I don't want that. Shockwave gun. Pick up that. Oh no. Okay. Oh, hello, hello, hello. I actually forgot that. Take one of those. Why a shotgun on the here of all places? All right. Ow. Ah, fuck, failed. Oh, failed again. And that one. We're getting there, we're getting there. Oh, not like that we aren't. Oh no. Oh, I got the ult though. I got a proc and ult. Ah! Where? There! There we go. We good, we good. It actually take a while to get there. We're actually pretty alright. Send that one on its way. And avoid that. This kind of feel like Toho actually. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, I got a charge, don't I? Okay, 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 okay. Look at the riot. Whoa, fucking hell. Let me try the riot blaster on this actually. Hey, I was hacking you. Ah, oh, damn it. I got the first bit, but I didn't get the other bits. Yo, let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! RT, 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 RT. Backed, hacked. Ah, cha-cha, no. Less of that now, sir. Less of that now, sir. My good man. My friendly fellow. I did it! I did it! First try! Oh my fucking god, let's fucking go! I did not think I'd get that first try! Oh! Oh my god! I genuinely did not think I'd get that at all. Cannot obtain because the hacking gauge is full. Oh, yeah, the hacking gauge. Okay, cool, that's what that means. Whew, holy schmozy. Level 3. Boom! Hi, Meow! Hi, Meow! Hi, Meow! Hi, Meow! Welcome back! I just one-shot a boss. Oh, I didn't one-shot them. I got a boss without dying. I'm proud of myself. Celebratory drink of the old Mango Loco. So all the trees should be, like, going back in themselves now? Yeah, I got the cat armor again. It's so cute.
Now we can go help eat.
Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Eight. Help and a kitty cat. Oh, we're just gonna... We don't need to walk there. Great. Oh my god, 8. Really hope nothing bad happens to 8. Oh. Oh, she's still behind the glass.
Again. Thank you. Are you okay? No. Well, not yet.
Her hair is going fucking ham.
And there really is no more time to spare. I must stop Edis.
Hello, this is Edis.
Hi, Edis.
I have detected an unexpected loss of biomaterial in this sector. I will be sealing this area indefinitely.
No!
Have a wonderful day.
No!
You gotta be kidding me. It's trying to trap us. We gotta get out of here.
But 8! Diana, give me your hand.
Not right now!
I entrust this memory to you. With it, you will learn how to stop Edis. Take it and finish the task I started.
Go.
What are you doing? We gotta move.
We can do this.
They're doing like an NFC.
Time's up. We're leaving.
No! You! You! Phones and debit cards be like, yeah. My credit card every time I go to a con. You mean all the bosses without dying? What do you mean? Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, you're right. Oh, Diana's not gonna be happy with us. He has a credit card. No, I don't.
A new destination has been added to the tramline. The lunar mines are now accessible.
Ugh. The mines! Oh my god, it's the mines! We yearn for the mines! We yearn for the mines, chat!
We give up. We're leaving the deal with Edis. There's no way back to Earth unless we take.
Shelter license key authenticated.
Yay!
Functions have been added to the cabin system.
Even when I was young, I yearned for the mines.
Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff. REM replicator Sigma now online and ready to serve.
Sigma.
We left 8 all by herself.
I know.
Put an end to Edis. No time to mope. We gotta get moving.
Yeah.
Poor
Stop
8.
Edis and rescue 8 no matter what.
Poor 8. Poor 8.
8 said Edis's mainframe is at the mines, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my gosh. I found some peak. Whoa. What you got? Right, I don't have enough to upgrade them because I upgraded for the boss. Don't think I've got enough here either. Oh no, I got a little bit. I tell you what, I'll save some of that for later, I think. Oh, we got some new artwork. Oh, there's the secrets. Oh, we don't have day 2, so we might need that one. We'll go through all the artwork when we're done with the game, I think. I think that would be really cool. Oh, she's drawing. She's drawing.
You love drawing. Turning lines into pictures is fun.
Aww. I love all the flower crowns she's making as well.
Maybe
Everyone's got a fun hat on.
you.
If
It's good.
it's good. They're all good. Oh my goodness me, what's up?
We've expanded our stamp board collection.
Yippee! I don't think I've got that many stamps, actually. I'm really low on stamps, actually. Like, I really don't have a lot. It's gonna be quite a while before I get that. You right?
Filament eraser, huh? Pretty cool that you get new abilities like that.
Oh, it's been a while since we talked to her, I guess, about stuff.
I'll be able to help you even more than before.
I'm counting on you.
Let's go! Yeah, we were in here really recently, so I think we'll just, like, crack on with it. Should we go to the mines, chat?
Alright. About time.
About time we head to the mines. Yearn for the mines. Etc, etc, etc. Let's go! Shockwave gun. Or charge piercer. Charge piercer. Let's do that one. Freeze and confuse. All the mods I'm happy with. To the mines! Let's go! How little jump she does. I think on the schedule for next week we'll be playing more of this, because I don't think we're going to finish it. I don't think we're going to finish this game by this weekend.
It should be in the Nexus Tower.
It's a lot bigger and longer than I expected it to be. Which is fine, it's more than fine. Oh, this is gonna be like where all like the old school like lunar like rocks and stuff collecting is. Cool. Nope. Don't know why he hopped up there. Excavation complete, former mining zone. Excavation in progress, eastern sector, new mining zone. Note, access near the Nexus Tower mainframe is restricted to authorized personnel only. Ensure compliance at all times. Suppresses the urge to be myself.
Environmental optimization sequence in progress. Entering
What?
low gravity environment. Please proceed with caution.
We're gonna be in space! Moon gravity! The distance and airtime of jumps and thrusters is extended in the reduced gravity of space. Here's overall movement speed is also slightly slower. Oh yeah, that's annoying. Man!
This is gonna take some.
Yo!
Everything feels kind of floaty.
How are we talking to each other? Are we in a vacuum? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love this.
The Nexus Tower.
So that's where Edis is. It's pretty far off. Wish we had a
Reboot
shuttle.
Edis. Edis. Sleepy Edis. Right, down here. Ah, this is so cool, chat. She's AI, she probably has a patch in the suit. I would assume so too. They haven't, like, explained that, and she is, like, audio-wise talking normally, so I wonder if, like...
The tower's right there. Why we gotta take the long way around?
He was so moany. He moans all the time. Alright. There we go.
Nothing new, but things sure feel different when the gravity shifts.
How's it different?
Grumpy old man.
Well,
I know.
Thrusters push us farther, but they're harder to control.
Seems like an upgrade to me.
Oh, back in. Back in we go. White. Oh, we're going down. Oh, I thought we were going to go up. Going up.
I bet we could use those platforms to get across.
Use your thrusters and see if you can make it.
There we go. Hey, there we go. And we'll get one of these guys. And thrust that way. Hey. Homing missiles. An attack unit that fires powerful homing oh my god, they're cool. I love all of these guns are being tested in that specific area for the video. It must be one of the areas that they finished first or something like that. Oh, it's an attack. Charge piercer. Why not?
Charge that unit up, and it can hit multiple bots.
That's kind of cool, actually.
How are we gonna get over there?
I assume we're gonna find enemies soon. Multi-hat.
Busters alone won't cut it. Let's look for another way.
Oh, these replace the thing. Okay. Oh, I see it. I see it.
Protocol at the ready.
It's so quiet.
Son of a tough-old brother.
This is doing nothing. Oh, okay, there we go.
Defenses are down.
Get the jump on them! Woohoo!
Now it's my turn.
Let's go! Hello! Still playing it? Yeah, we're still cracking on. Making good progress, actually. We're speeding through this, honestly. How are you doing today? Happy Sunday! I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, this is timed. Oh no. Oh no, that's timed now. Oh gosh. Okay.
Perfect.
I knew they were gonna put a spin on that puzzle because it was too easy. It was uncomfortably easy. You know what I mean? Okay, so they dropped that down. You an enemy? Yeah, you're an enemy. Just woke up. Hey, welcome.
Look out!
Keep the shooting to me.
Eh. Okay.
I got him.
Stop screwing around.
Let's get that. In fairness, I woke up and went straight to start streaming. I had some breakfast and then I just like cracked on with it. I just didn't have time to do anything else. Because for some reason I thought it would be a good idea
John, take
to have a 6.5 hour stream yesterday and then go right back at it the next day.
I owe you. Is that it?
Because I thought that was smart. I think a lot of things are smart that aren't actually. You might sense a pattern of doing really dumb projects. Because I think they're funny. Because I think they're funny as well. Yeah, because I think they're funny. So many things, so many stupid ideas I do because I think it's funny. And like everyone else is like, why did you think this was funny at all? Just cuz. Right, let's get that one. What's the sticky bombs? That'll be good. Oh yeah, no one wants a stasis net. Doing things for shits and giggles is the ultimate one. I mean, honestly. Why, if I want to put Frednik Fazhog in fucking Five Nights at Freddy's 1, why not? You know what I mean? Oh, overshot that. It's all shits and giggles. It's all so much shits and giggles. I missed the jump because of that. Oh, that fucking got me. That got me good. Why was FNAF great for all? Yeah, that was Scott's true intention. Oh, okay, I can just jump that. Okay. Oh, fucking hell, frog. Fucking hell. I love that. Can we pin that? Can we pin that message? Would Twitch be annoyed at us for pinning that message? Surely not, right? Surely not. Oh, that's a window. Strikes fear in the hearts of men. I fear no man apart from him. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? Oh, I thought that was that. I got it pinned. Thank you. That really tickled me. Oh my goodness me. Oh. Oh, health. Good job. Oh, I don't need it. Cause I'm such a gamer, I don't need any bonus health. I'm such a gamer. I do need these though, I think. No I don't, but I'll take it. Whee! Whee! There you go. Yeah, it's a fucking window. Genji main. Lamel. Not gonna lie, I mentioned this yesterday. I spent so much time trying to like recover my old Overwatch account that I finally got it, finally installed it, and I just haven't played it. I just haven't played a game of it.
Luna Digger. Halt mining protocol and remove these intruders.
Wait, what?
Something's coming!
What? Oh, worm! Oh, worm! Oh my god! Oh, we're fucked.
So that's the Luna Digger, huh?
Oh my god, we're screwed. We're screwed. We're so screwed. It's Gilver. It's Gilver. That's bad, isn't it? Oh, I bet you we can't stand on this. I bet, oh my god, it's gonna be the floor is lava, isn't it? It's gonna be the floor is lava. It's like that one bit of Half-Life 2. With the antlions.
Can't we get rid of this stuff?
No, at least not yet.
Oh, because it's red? Oh. Oh, I don't want to step on it. I don't want to step there.
Don't step on the sand.
Yeah, I knew it.
Get your biorhythms through the soil.
I knew it. I fucking...
Look out!
Eek! Oh, fucking hell. I just wanted the guy. I just wanted that guy. Come on, man. I just wanted the guy. I'm trying, D. I'm trying. Ka-chunk. Jump, 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 jump. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. It's not like in Half-Life 2 where you can just get a whole bunch of planks and just line them up. God, Half-Life 2 is such a good game.
I don't think it normally attacks humans.
Well, that's good to know. We've had bug malfunction. In response to your inquiry regarding the excavation bot safety, the R&D team provides the following statement. First, the model in question is equipped with biometric ID system and is programmed to prioritize the avoidance of living beings above all else. Additionally, its reinforcement exterior not only withstands operational impact, but also shields the unit from unintended electromagnetic interference or similar disruptions. Oh, so it can be hacked. Brilliant. During routine lunar operations, the risk is considered negligible. Maria Jones, research and development. Oh, well, that's gonna be proven wrong, innit?
They are. But that's
Shockwave gun? Nah, I'll be alright.
systems now what's tracking us.
Guess we have Edis to thank for that too.
Oh, hello.
Sensors down. Overdrive protocol. On standby. Be careful.
Can I try the helmet? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's different than I thought. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. That one. And boom. There we go. What did it drop? Oh, a net. Cool. I don't need that right now. I should be good. Ooh, little bitties. Little bitties. Bitty bitty bitties.
Blast away
More
the
homing
watch
missiles
those
should be good.
bombs. Kaboom!
She's got a bit of an evil streak, doesn't she? She loves the idea of hearing robots blow up, which is kind of ironic. I mean, I get her. A little bit of a bitty drink. No problem, no problem. Fire it. Have as much fun as you can to get groceries. We'll be alright. Oh! There's a guy. What? Oh, shoot, shoot.
Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
Oh, you as well. Okay, cool. I love he says tough old bugger like he's Yorkshire or something. Reload. 3, 4, 5, 6. And down. And hey, there we go. Right, I want to grab that, but I don't know how. Oh, like that, right? Can I drop down there? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. What is this? A campfire? A lively flickering flame that dances energetically, bringing to mind cookouts and marshmallow roasts.
I can't wait.
Hell yeah!
Shelter.
Oh, okay, that's back up where we were. Okay, cool, 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 cool. I know where we are. That's so cool. Ah, we gotta give that to her soon. Like, the gunplay and action in this game is really fun, but my favorite part definitely is just giving her presents. I really am. I'm a dating sim fan at heart, honestly. There we go. And in here. Good chunk. Yeah! I won't do that now, but I will soon.
I'm glad we found you.
What the fuck is that? Impact barrier. A defense unit that deploys a barrier to block some enemies and projectiles for a limited time. The barrier does not deal damage. Oh, it's like a force shield. Yo! Oh, that's so much more interesting than a decoy. Ha!
To keep us safe.
I never really used the decoy that much. It was just not very useful to me. What was that? Oh, that was that. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Lore! Safe routes in the Lumen mines. The Lumen mines use lunar diggers and other large mining equipment for excavation. Mining zones are assigned each morning. For your safety, remain within approved areas at all times. Attention, if you have lost your way, stay near the facility perimeter or try contacting administration for a location. Ari, lunar diggers gone berserk! Oh, great! Johnson was suddenly attacked from behind. Bronzes happened and Brand wasn't fast enough. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I checked, and they have units of priority ID systems, so even if a red self should never harm a human, then that system isn't working, or worse, it's been corrupted to target humans instead. Don't just leave this to IDAS. Dig into the system yourself. What the fuck is...
To make our way through the facility.
No fuck happened. Always carry an impact barrier. Although lunar diggers have sensors to avoid humans, a tragic accident occurred recently. Oh dear. Who'da fucking thought it? Who'da fucking thought, eh? Following the latest sensor update, all systems are confirmed operational, and work will continue as scheduled or carry an impact barrier during on-site. Okay, cool. I got him. I got it. Wow. Oh god, there's a lot of sand here. Ah!
Don't get excavated. Okay?
We need to work on your jokes.
I love the way she said that. Oh goodness. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Oh Christ. No, 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 no. No, 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 fuck.
Easy for you to say.
Up, 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 up. Hello, how's it going? Hey, good morning. Well, not morning anymore for me, at least.
Maybe we can use it to
Happy Sunday. How are you doing?
Let's use it on the lunatic.
Hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, I really want to get that stuff, though. Oh, okay, so it distracts over there. Oh, no, not right now. Right now. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. A little bit more awake than when I started streaming, not gonna lie. I was absolutely knackered. Basically just fell out of bed straight onto my desk. Go, 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 go. Ah, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, fuck! Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's real bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Go, 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 go. Whoa, fucking hell. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. What game is this? This is Pragmata. It's from Capcom. It came out last week. It's like Souls-like a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit Soulsy. You have a really cool companion, and they... Fucking hell, did I not change the fucking thing? Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. I didn't change the category! It's been 3 hours! It's been 3 hours and I didn't change that. Alright, I need to get better at that. Can you tell I debuted last week? Can you tell I debuted last week? Oh, fucking hell. Alright, that's completely on me. That is completely on me. That is completely... Not even last week. No, it was last Wednesday, wasn't it? It's like not even 5 days ago. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. I'm doing so good at this. I'm doing so good at this streaming thing. I'm doing so well at this streaming thing, honestly. But yeah, it's Pragmata. Third-person action. It's really cool, because Diana is cute. And we love taking care of her. And making sure nothing bad happens. Fucking hell. Ooh! Oh god, oh god, oh god, that was a bit too close. And thump! Stay away from the sand.
Something's aiming at us.
And go, go. Okay, fucking hell. I don't like that one bit. I don't like that. Oh, fucking hell.
Here it comes. Look out!
I'll tell you this now. I am not good at this game. I'm just not good at it. I'm just straight up not good at it. I'm doing that! There we go. There we go. Oh, fucking hell. I gotta get so much better at remembering what category I'm on. Honestly. Honestly. 3 hours. I'm such a fucking idiot. Such a fucking idiot. Oh, God. Anyways. Sorry now. No one remembers it. No one remembers the thing. That's all good. Oh, Fire's gonna have a fucking field day when he comes back and we tell him. What's that? Oh, it's a photon laser. It's okay. I don't need that. There's a lot of doors around here. Yo! Pick that up. Nice. Oh, why did I know that that was gonna happen? Why did I look at those things like, oh, yeah. Die! Oh my god, why did that take so long? That guy hasn't even aggroed on us. There we go.
You're going down.
Boom. There we go. Those guys aren't too bad now. Those guys aren't too bad to take out. Has that got more? Yeah, it's got more. Way more. Okay. Down here. No, up here. Yeah, that's where we were. Okay. Geography. New. What the hell? Oh my goodness me. Rumor of... I tried to notice earlier if you haven't done it, okay. Thank you. Can you just give it a check? I will try and get better at it myself. I won't just leave it all to you, but like... that is one of my things that I do need to check. Tell you what, no one can really read the chat too much. Let me just move myself a bit down here. How's that look? Does that look a bit better? What if I move myself here? Here? You can read the chat a little bit better there, can't you? It's all on Twitch, so it's not like you really need it, but it's good to see. There you go. I'm gonna move myself there. Nice. Ba-da-ba-ba. Honestly, it feels wrong. Seriously, don't get your panties in a bunch, man. The ban on lifelike androids only applies back on Earth. That seems like a bit... That seems a bit of a technicality that, you know, like... We don't have to worry about that here. Both the company and Dr. Higgins are aware of what's going on here. As long as it never reaches Earth, we're fine! Oh, so you can't have lifelike androids. So you can't have pragmatas on Earth. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. I have to do it for another streamer too. That's gonna be a problem. That rumor about a human-like test androids being developed within the cradle seems to be true. Yesterday, while dropping off samples of Dr. Higgins' lab, I caught sight of a little girl in the back. There's no way a kid could be here. Unless I'm losing my mind, I saw a ghost or something. I think that's the android everyone's been talking about. Honestly, it feels wrong. These things are meant to be guinea pigs, so I create one in the image of a What the fuck is going on? I think I heard something nasty going on down in the cafeteria just about now. Word around the cradle is the security team's about to thoroughly check everyone's devices and access logs. Better delete the game we snuck in before it blows up in our faces. Goodbye, glorious record of Monster Hunts. They brought Monster Hunter into the game. They brought Monster Hunter? Damn. Still, checking everyone feels extreme. Rumor has that someone tampered with Ida's admin privileges. Wonder if that's true. Oh god. So we can't actually...
Does this mean that someone's controlling Edis?
Does that mean there's Monster Hunter on here?
Well, if that's true, this may not end at Edis.
Wow. Hugh has nothing to say about the Pragmata bit, though. Interesting. Did you hear that? Oh! I hear that. Do you hear that? There they are! Hello. This ends at that Monster Hunter high score. Hey! Thank you. Spinny! That reminds me of Mass Effect hacking, doesn't it?
Computers are pretty useful, huh?
And down. Nice. Do you think that's gonna be a big problem, though, if we can't actually take Diana to Earth? Or do we have to, like, fake it? Like, no, she's a real, she's real, she's an actual, yeah, no, she's real, alright? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about a thing. Oh god, here we go. Down. Oh god, I can hear it. Oh, I hate that.
Entrance to the building is over there.
Sweet.
A warehouse? Let's go find a way inside.
Drinky drink. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh my god, a decoy. I didn't even think about that. Hold on, let me do that. Wow, there's a little guy over there. Fucking hell, that's cool.
Be careful when the barrier goes offline. It's taking aim. Its sensors can track us, even from a distance.
Oh god.
Be careful.
Wait, I did not think this through. I didn't 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 think this through. I thought we could just get there. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Now we're ready to zap some boxes with it.
Oh fuck.
Missile spotted.
Eee!
Overdrive protocol on standby.
Oh my god. Ow! Ow! Fuck.
Incoming.
Photon laser.
There's more.
Is there? Where? Well, there's that guy, but I don't think he's doing anything. Oh! Oh fuck, yep, yep. Sheesh!
Back off. Got him.
There we go. It's gonna be like like a 90s sitcom where she has to act like a real girl and like, yeah, of course I eat food, and then she like puts the food in her mouth and she's like, bleh. Ha ha ha. Such funny times.
Be
Right, back we go.
careful.
Ah!
No, I can't.
No!
Hurry.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god! It's Master Chief and an evil doll. Yeah, no, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. You understood the assignment perfectly, Sans. Currently on Moon Dune, I guess. Master Chief and a cat girl. Oh yeah. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. We're good, we're good, we're good. Yeah, he was feeling a little... Master Chief! Master Chief. I fucking love that. I love that. Master Chief. Alright. Getting the goods. Yippee! What did you get, meow? And may I have some? No, 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 no. I want some. Where the fuck am I supposed to go now? Mushrooms? Ooh! It does sound like you kind of went outside to forage for them. Which you may have done, actually. I could have done that. Whoever gave me my master's English must regret it every day. Coming back out with, like, a degree in play on words. Let's try that one. I think we have to go over there. Oh, that's close. Nope, 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 bad. Okay. We're playing a bit of Floor's Lava right now, if you can't tell.
Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Thank you, Diana.
Get ready. Projectiles incoming.
What? Oh my god, why? Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck. I thought there was a way up there. Where are those coming from? I literally have no idea. Ah!
Stay away from those dust clouds.
Is there a way around the back? Oh, I think we have to go around the back. Okay, 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 we got this. The P in PhD stands for fun. There we go. Oh! Oh! Ow, ow. Stop it! Oh, I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna get screwed. I'm gonna get screwed over if I keep doing that. Okay, that got it. That got it. Okay, cool. That was just overwhelming, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know what I was doing there. Child blast! Go! Go, mischievous little creature.
Don't let it get away!
Well, then what get away? I don't know what she says. We're just carrying on. That is just overwhelming. That part's just overwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. How you doing today, Sable? How's your Sunday been?
Don't let it get away!
What are you saying? What?
Where to next?
What are you...
There's something up ahead.
Deanna, what are you talking about?
Check it out.
Why can't I interact with this? Okay, cool.
Should we take a break?
I feel like we should, but I don't... Oh god, is that an evil place? Oh, I don't think I want to do that. Oh! No! No! No, I want that! Oh no, I want that though. I want that. I want that a lot. Trying to wrangle guidelines for some games later. Ooh. I might not be able to, but that sounds fun. I hope you can wrangle them goodly.
There.
Oh, so we're moving like blocks and containers and stuff. Oh, it's like a... Oh, this is a puzzle. This is gonna be such a puzzle, innit? Okay, so we move that way. We move that way. Oh, that one's locked. Why are you locked? Oh, do we need to do that? Yeah! And then we pick this up. I gotta find out with my partner. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Bugging it. We get to catch some bugs. Oh my god, the small and lightweight net is easy to swing around, save the cat insects, so scaring critters. Scaring critters! It's actually but it's actually unusually hard to rip. Oh, yeah. I can read. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that one's locked there, but we can do that, can't we? Yeah. Hacking note that makes enemies overheat more easily. Have we ever made an enemy overheat? I'm not gonna lie, I don't think we ever actually have been able to do that. Oh!
Darn him. If only we had a unit that could delete nodes.
Now it's mine.
Move, you.
Eep.
I owe you.
Can we do that?
Careful, they're hot.
Get fucked.
Hey, there we go. Get fucked! Seriously, that is what he says. Come on, come on. Eek. Take him down. Eek. Okay. I'm just gonna grenade them for a bit. There we go.
Take this.
Pow! There we go. Hell yeah. Oh no, I don't want to stasis net. Boring. Love a block puzzle.
Hell of a mining site.
Move that.
Look at all these containers. I wonder if they're all
That.
filled with limb.
The material inside seems fresh. Nothing refined like lunafilament.
Figures. More moons are.
Hello.
I was hoping. we could find
Six. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Ah, chat. I hope we're having a lovely day. I hope we're having a lovely time today. Oh, that's where we're going. Huh. I hope you're having a wonderful time.
There.
Hope your Sundays are chill. Chill Sundays where it's at, innit? I can't be doing with a busy Sunday. I genuinely can't. Shockwave. Every time, thank you. love his stupid little cat ears. He looks so stupid. I love it. Ah. We're just having a chill Sunday playing some games. Just woke up. That's alright. Hope you can wake up with me. Because, honestly, I was so fucking shattered. Yesterday, I streamed for 6.5 hours, and I felt it this morning. I felt it this morning, but I had a schedule, I committed to it, I was like, nope, gotta be done. Gotta be done. I gotta just sort of tank it, really. So I literally, oh god, what's this?
To ensure safety,
Oh no.
access to this storage area is restricted to authorized personnel only.
No, I wanted a drink. Ah! No, 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 no. Oh, I hate those guys. I want to try and get rid of these guys first. There we go. Oh, we're 12 hours just so dead. Oh god. That's not fun, is it? I am so grateful to be blessed with a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 right now. How long that lasts? Fuck knows, but you know, that's where I am right now. 12 hours on a weekend, that's a lot, dude. Damn. Is it true that Cornish pasties are that shape for miners to hold? Yes and no. It's true that they were designed for like miners to be able to, and other working folk, not just miners, I'm gonna try the history lesson while I'm doing a boss fight. Great. Oh, what the fuck are these? Okay, yeah, it was designed so that miners and other working folk can have their veggies and any other stuff they want in an easy form that can get like coal and shit on it, right? But like it's not the worst thing. And yeah, they needed to be like portable. You know, you needed to hold them. Especially when you're a chef. Oh my goodness me! Damn, that's like a real job compared to like my fucking making games. That's like an actual job. Can I get rid of these now? Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, that is, that's kind of the reason why they, well, they exist, to be fair. That's like why they were made. So there you go. Pasty fact for you. I really don't know that much about pasties though, like that's just the only fact I know. Oh, fucking hell! What was that? What did you do that for, mate? Come on now. Oh, I'm completely missing those shots. Fucking hell, did you see that? That was tragic. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Take down! Boom! Hey! Pasty facty. Come on. Bow. There we go. It's cool that every animation is, they kind of share animations with that. It's interesting to know. Oh, well that was a bugger, wasn't it? What's your Dreams? Dreams is a video game for the PS4 where you can make your own games. My For You page told me I'm femboy today because I spent all of yesterday reinstalling Arch. Oh, are they wrong? Only you can make that decision. Only you can decide if they're true or not. Don't let anyone else tell you. Yes, they're wrong. Alright, they're wrong. I think my stupid fat cat. Pixar didn't happen. You're a crow. I mean, are they mutually exclusive? Well, according to you, yes. I wouldn't want to tell you otherwise. Where am I fucking going? Can I move that now? Can I move you? Yes. Cool. I keep saying Pixar didn't happen about your cat, Frog, but I always forget to actually check Discord to see. You cannot wear thigh highs when you don't have thighs. Hashtag grow fact of the day. I feel like every stream you should have a new crow fact that is as dumb as that. Every time. Full-time DJ? Whoa! Full-time! That's crazy. I know someone who's a full-time bassist in London, and like some of the like clients and gigs that he gets are like so fucking weird. From chef to DJ. Oh, that's your dream. Oh, I get you. Okay, I'm following chat. I'm following chat so well. I'm understanding it. That's what you want to get to. Sure, yeah. Some of the gigs my mate gets into is like really fucking weird. I won't go into them because that's his story to tell, but like, yeah, there's some crazy ones. I'm chef to DJ. That'd be so cool. I think you can do that. Hell yeah. Want him. Who brought the double bass to the polycule meeting? Anytime someone walks around, you just go ding 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 ding. Won't get annoying at all. At all. Won't get annoying. Ari, rumors about Dr. Higgins. Is it true Dr. Higgins brought his daughter's biometric data to the lab? Is Diana made of... what? Does Diana look like that because of Dr. Higgins' like kid? Whoa, from what I've heard, yes. His only daughter, Daisy, stayed on Earth when he moved to the moon, but I wonder why I'd bring her data here. Maybe for lunar filament research. Either way, he's throwing everything into this project. If it works, the results just won't be impressive, they'll be historic. We're learning a little bit about,
So the doctor had a daughter.
Daisy.
That name ring a bell?
I think when I got the stop code from 8, I also got some data from her memory. Dr. Higgins made us both to help with his research.
oh.
So he's the one that created Pragmata.
Oh. Interesting. Let's get one of those. Seinfeld intro. Oh, why did I do that? I've already got one. Ah, fucking hell, chat. I'm an idiot. Oh, why did I do that? I'm such a fucking idiot. I already got one of them. I'm awake. I'm so awake. Sunday is me. That's a me day, baby. Hell yeah. I'm here. What's the deal with having a bunch of partners? You got one for the cooking? You got one for the cleaning? No. No. Bad joke. Well, it's a Seinfeld joke, isn't it? They're all bad. Music can be inspiration to do since I was young. Oh, shit. My creative inspiration. Yeah. Oh, it must take so much of it. I mean, you did a 12-hour shift yesterday. It must take a lot of stuff to be in a massive gig. Like, that would be great. That would be the dream. Gosh. I really hope you can do that, mate. Because, like, solid Seinfeld impression. I've never watched Seinfeld, to be fair. I hope you can do that, man, because, like, yeah. I keep referencing it, but I saw a tweet the other day where I was like, job market so bad, I decided to pursue my dreams. And honestly, I think that's what I'm doing right now is streaming, being a VTuber. So like, I think it's probably, now's your better chance than any, you know what I mean? Why did you do that? Why did I do that? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Nobody under 50 has ever actually seen it. That's true. Do you ever see the Brian David Gilbert about the baker? No, I haven't. Oh, that's a guy. That's a guy. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. That's such a fucking guy right there. That's a guy. Fuck this guy. Guy, stay up. What? Oh god, there's more! There you go. Not gonna lie, chat. I have not watched a lot of Brian David Gilbert's stuff since leaving Polygon. It's one of those things where everyone's like, oh my god, you have to watch it, and then I just forget. I just plumb forget. I put it in my watch later, and I just forget. I just forget immediately that it's there. My watch later list is like stupidly large.
Keep bots up enough, and they'll shut down.
Ah! Ow! I went into the wrong place there. Alright, let's get this one. 1, 2. There we go. Confuse a certain enemy and borrow its shield. Ooh! There we go, and I got an achievement for that as well! I was so silent there. I was locked in. I was fucking locked in. Did you see me, chat? I was so locked in. It was just me and the game. Me and the flow. He released a whole album of ABBA as Dracula songs? What the fuck? That's amazing. God, that's so fun. That's so fun. Good at remixes and have a good ear for it. Is Pastel! Hello! Oh shit! Fuck yeah! Hell yeah! It's a fucking party now! Sable brings the... Sable brings the poly group. We got... Yeah, hell yeah. How you doing, Pastel Grizzly? You doing alright? Happy Sunday! Where's that sound coming from? I hear you. I hear it. Oh, it's over there somewhere in it. I mean, that might be a bit much for a Sunday morning, I'm gonna be honest, but like, hey, if it works, it fucking works, I guess. Oh, where is that coming from? I need to find that. That's gonna tick me off so much. Oh, is your internet really bad? Oh, that's no good. That's no good. Oh my god, where is that coming from? I hope everyone's day is doing alright, by the way. Oh, there it is! There it is! Come here. Come here, you fucker. Yeah! There we go. Sky brought back. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'll fucking do it. How How's everyone's Sunday doing? We got some new peeps. How's everyone's Sunday being? Is everyone chilling? Everyone having a great time? Everyone... hydrating? That's an important one. Actually, I should do that as well. Drink, 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 drink. I'm gonna be honest, the Mango Loco is not as good as Pipeline Punch. That's my take right now.
With panels. This seems like your kind of thing.
Why?
I mean, it's all hacking and puzzles and stuff, right?
No. The matrix code conversion isn't a puzzle. I have to analyze and then substantiate the underlying.
Okay.
Classic.
Okay, I get it.
Classic. Classic. Oh, if I fucked myself over with this one. No, no, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Collectible! Hell yeah. There you go. Alright, puzzling, puzzling. My god, it's half one already! Oh my god. It's, that's crazy. Do I move that one? Oh god, what am I doing? Thinking of replacing your bike tires with high Kevlar ones. Ooh! When I stop being lazy. It sounds like something that's gotta be done. Or it would be great to have done, but you just gotta get the motivation to do it, right? I get you, I get you. What about that one? Where does that one go? Okay, that one could go there. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going anyway? Oh, up there, right? Is that there? Am I going there? You think? Do you think I'm going up here, chat? No, but I can if I believe in myself. Right. Alright, so if I move this one, which I can't reach, because of course I can't. Right, that one? There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, using your brain stinky. If I genuinely locked that one out, because that's there. Ugh. Let's do that. Fucking El Paso. I think that might be a bit much for this Sunday. I think that might be a bit much for me. Oh, okay, okay. I tell you what I can do. I tell you what I can do. I tell you what I can do. I can do that, that. Ah, here we fucking go. Here we go. All right, I could just jump that actually, can't I? Hup. And there. Up. There we go. And there we go. Amazing. This isn't where I was meant to be going, was it? Oh, no, 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 it is. It is. We got there, right? No. Where the fuck are we supposed... Are we supposed to be going that way? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Okay, so that wasn't actually where we're supposed to be going. Oh my god, Deanna has like a thing, doesn't she? Oh, that way. Okay. Okay. So we are meant to be going that way. Oh, that's good. But it sounds fucking exhausting, man. So I do not blame you for not wanting to, like, do more work on your time off. Oh, how do I move that now? Oh, no, what have I done? What have I done, chat? Oh, oh dear. Oh god, oh god, oh dearie, dearie, dearie. What have I done? Ah, have I fucked myself with this one? No, no, wait. Wait. I got this. The Thinkful. The Thinkful Augie. That one there. Okay. What about that one, though? What do I do there? Because I can't push that one. I can't push that one. I push that now. Oh. Can I scooch? Can I get a little bit of, can I get the, no, okay, cool, fine. Can I reset this? Oh no, wait, I can make that. This is a platformer. Ha. Hey, fuck yeah. Wait, what? So what do I do here? Oh. Oh! Yippee! Yippee! I am so smart. I am so smart. I'm the smartest Augie there is. The winner of the smartest Augie, who is a fox, who was a retro 3D VTuber, is me. No one can take that title away from me. Oh, interesting. Oh no, it's... Oh, that's... Yeah, they're dead. They're dead. The British VTuber Awards will give me that award very shortly. Oh, it loaded. Good job, thank you!
Should we take a break?
Should we take a break? Oh my god, yeah, we kinda need to, replenish our health. Let's chill. Let's hang out with Diana for a bit. Ugh, all that thinking made my brain hurt. Owie, yowie. Yowie. Oh, you sent me the video. Thanks, Sable. I will give it a watch. Just checking through all the fucking... Making sure everything's not dead. Oh my god, the Discord has been so busy. The Augie Discord has been so busy. I can give you the present! I can give you the present! Present! Oh, she wants to talk about that. What's up?
Containers wasted on piles of dirt. Pretty strange, huh? I wonder where all
I love
those
these
bots
conversations
are
so
going
much.
to.
Maybe Edis is using it to make more bots.
You know, you're probably right.
It doesn't make any sense that it would disappear like that.
We gotta knock some sense into Edis before it burns through.
Hey! Gonna mod another channel. That's no problem. Thank you for passing by. No problem at all. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Because I have nothing better to do yet. That's alright. That's what it's there for, honestly. If people want to just hang out, chat. I mean, a lot of people are talking about the Open Freddy project, but like a lot of people aren't, which is great. People just having fun. There you go. We got a Bugnat.
With this, I'll catch butterflies, birds, and maybe even a cat.
Don't catch a, don't do a cat. Not a cat. Not a cat.
Hey, so...
What's that?
Hey,
It's not throwing another gun.
how are humans and bots different?
How long have we been
I
going
bet
on
we were
for?
made differently.
Fucking hell, we're almost going for 4 hours already.
Materials?
God, how time flies, chat. How time flies.
All that, but for starters, humans got a soul.
And I don't?
Oh.
Well, I don't know.
I might have to go for a break soon at some point.
Wait a sec.
I need to have my lunch.
Find one.
Forgot time exists. Who needs time? Have a campfire, Diana. Who needs time when you can give Diana really cool stuff? That fire effect is so cool. The little holographic fire. That's so cool.
What's the point of a holographic fire anyway?
Because it looks cool. Is she gonna play with it? Yeah. She's gonna sit down. I'm obsessed with this game so much. I'm so obsessed. I love it. It's so, so cute. I forgot what I was doing. We're all getting mesmerized.
I can't think tonight. The stars are so bright.
I love that. Hey, you wanna play some hide and seek?
Let's play hide and seek again. You won't
Yeah.
find me this time.
Where's she gonna go?
I'm ready.
Oh, I see her immediately. Ha! I see her immediately. Boom. I think the blue is kind of...
I was sure you wouldn't find me there.
Yeah, I'm too cracked. I'm too cracked at this game, man. Oh my god, we got 30? Let's go. There, that's the unit that I wanted to upgrade. Let's upgrade that one. That one. Let's try and bring this up to level. Yo, Melody! Thank you so much for the follow! Thank you so much, I really appreciate it! Hope you're doing alright! What a big tail. It's a pigtail, kind of. Thank you! So big it covers up my chat. I haven't been able to find a way to like make sure you can read chat with my hair in the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you're having a great day. We're all I mean it might be coming up to 2 p.m., but we're all waking up here. We're all waking up. Thank you, thank you. I literally got up. I had a 6.5 hour stream yesterday. Because I thought that was a good idea. And I just, this morning I just fell out of bed straight into streaming. I literally started this stream like, oh god, hey chat, what's going on? Bleary-eyed. Well, we're all doing it right now. We got, had an 8 hour stream, so you feel that, yo. Hair got in the way. I actually worked it out yesterday. I haven't done a 6 hour stream for 5 years. And I debuted last week on Wednesday. And I was like, yeah, I can schedule that in. Debut on Wednesday, another stream on Thursday, and I'll just do two 6 hour streams back to back on the weekend. It'll be absolutely fine. What's the worst that could happen? I was absolutely shattered. I was absolutely shattered when I was done yesterday. It was a lot. So much fun. So much fun. But yeah, I was absolutely gone. I forgot. I completely forgot how much it takes from you. It's all good though. I had everyone keeping me company. I don't know how many long streams I'm gonna do in the future. Everything's kind of like, oh shit, we got different modes. Open modes turns into strike nodes to deal more damage when hacking enemies are exposed. Gunfire will increase damage of the next hack. Oh, that's cool. Passing through offensive nodes or gunfire will increase the damage of the next hack. Open nodes increase heat. Let's try strike. That sounds good. Yeah, it's so much fun. I love doing long streams, but I gotta be honest, I don't have much time to do a lot of them. But I had time this weekend, so I thought, why not? And also, we're trying to hit affiliate. We're trying to hit affiliate by the end of next week. We're trying to aim to get there. But I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think we might be able to reach affiliate by the end of this week? So by the end of today? I actually think that might be possible, which would be actually crazy. That would actually be insane if we could do that. Because as I said, I literally started on Wednesday. My debut was on Wednesday. If you want to see the VOD, it's on my YouTube channel, down below. Oh, also, if you want, I make games. That's like my main thing that I do. I'm a games developer. I'm a games designer professionally, and I make games in my spare time as well. So if you want to see some cool videos about me remaking FNAF from scratch, Five Nights at Freddy's 1 from scratch, go down to YouTube. Give that thing a little subscription, and check out a really cool video that I took literally 7 months making. It took me 7 months to make it. I'm really proud of it. I'm really, 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 really proud of it. Also down there is links to my Discord, and any way you want to support the channel. Yeah, there we go. Plugging and supporting. Gotta be done. Let's improve that one, and then we'll leave that there, I think. You get it. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You being here watching and chatting is the support that I need. So you're helping me. You're helping me so much right now just by being here and saying hi. I really appreciate it, guys. Really, really, really. How many follows are we at now? We have the follow goal for like 200 follows, don't we? I think we're quite close. I love her spinning the globe. It's so cute. Yeah, a little sippy. Hydrate, everyone. Oh. Oh my goodness me. Should I try a different outfit? Let's try a different outfit. Nearly 150? Oh my god, everyone's... Y'all crazy. Oh, that one's fun. I mean, it's a different color. Exo layer type B. It's like a different color to the exo layer. Let's try it. Let's give it a go. We don't have the one for Diana though. But I want to move her out of this one actually. Shall we? The mecha build is fun. I just don't like the colors. You know? The pigtails are cute though. I might... You know which one I want to choose. I want to put her in the fluffy again. I'm putting her in the fluffy again. I don't care.
You and me both. Let's hit it.
I want to put her in that. You're close to 53 people. 53 people. We can do that. We can do that. I don't know when we'll be able to do that. I haven't set a time for it, but like, we could do that. 200 follows. Let's go. Photon laser. Let's go with that one. That was probably a terrible sound. I'm so sorry. Let's try strike mode this time. And let's go from there, I'd say. Oh, do we have any more mods? Increases weapon damage. Okay. Nah, I'm gonna keep what I've got. I'm happy with what I got. Warehouse exit. There we go. We're gonna have to defeat this fucking worm thing, aren't we? It's gonna be the final boss, isn't it? Oh, dear. I'm so close. Goals are being met. Goals are being absolutely fucking smashed, actually. The reception to my debut was, like, so much bigger than I ever would have anticipated. Like, genuinely, so many people gave so much love. It was, like, actually...
No more boxes.
Actually insane.
Maybe we could use that mining rig to get across.
That thing's supposed to be a mining rig?
Oh, is that an electric fence? Okay, I don't want to hit that. That mining rig? Ooh! There's a lot of boxes here. Is an enemy gonna appear? Is an enemy gonna appear? I feel like an enemy's gonna appear here at any moment. We're on the moon! Health. We don't need health. Oh, is this preparing us for a boss fight? This feels like it's preparing us for a boss fight, doesn't it? I'm getting that feeling. I get that feeling with preparing for a boss, aren't we? Oh boy. Do it! Do it! We're just hanging out, we're chilling. It's a very chill community. There's quite a few people, but a lot of them are interested in the projects and videos that I'm working on. And then other people are just sort of hanging out. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, it's like elevator fight. There's a lot of things in this game that are like Half-Life 1, actually, or 2.
I can't believe Edith lugged a bunch of bots over here just for the fight.
Let's get the shockwave gun. Is that one down? Can I get that one? Oh, it's dead. Okay, cool. Hey! Don't you fucking dare do that! Don't you fucking dare! There you go. Okay, got some homing missiles, got some that. Come on! Come on! When's the next? When's the next one? When's the next batch? Air Raider? Oh dear. Oh fucking hell! Let me free up some server space. Oh my god, are you a Discord server hoarder? Nope, nope, back down, up, there we go. Let's do that and then that. Ah, fuck. Da 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 da. Oh. Jump! Oh, fucking Christ. Ah! Too many lasers for my liking. I might swap this one out actually. Oh, goodness me. Let me swap that one out because that's not really doing much. It's because you're friendly. Well, of course, of course. Where'd it go? Oh, fuck, I missed. I charged that for so long and I just fucking stacked it. Oh, God. Whoa! Oh, that felt nice. Alright, take that. Oh god. Okay, I need to keep an eye on that. I need to keep an eye on that. Oh, homing missiles might actually be really useful. While it's open. Boom. I didn't even see that tracker missile, I just saw the hacking menu on the side and I was like, oh, I know what that is. Oh, can't do that. Oh. Okay. Oh, oh, that was good. Ow! What the fuck? I didn't see that coming. Mean. Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
You're going down.
Oh fuck! No, damn it! Oh god, we used all that up. Oh, that's bad. This isn't gonna work. Oh, we're just gonna use the carbine now, don't we? Okay. Okay, there we go. Any missiles around? He owes Diana a lot. He keeps saying that. Alright, here we go. Whoa! Hey! Oh, that felt good. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're chipping away at it. We're chipping away. It's kind of annoying we've used up all our weapons, but you know, that's how it is. What the fuck? Eek! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, dude! Eep! There we go. And down. To the side. Oh, fuck. No! Down. There we go. I was gonna do the same thing twice. That would have been very smart. Oh, God, I did not see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that. Let's heal up twice. Oh, I feel like I could do that a lot better, can't I? I could do that so much better than I am. Whoa! I saw that. I saw that last minute. And through. God, it's held this so low. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh! Ah! Last one! Last push! Last push! Hey, don't come back here! There we go. And down and yo! Boom! Yippee! Oh fuck yeah! We did it! Oh my god! I'm kind of getting good at this. Oh, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope we all welcome you in. Thank you. Oh, man. I'm like kind of good at this game, right? Oh, there it is. I'm kind of good at it, I guess. Maybe. A bit. Ah. You know when you think you're good at a game and then you watch like a clip of someone playing it and you're like, oh, no, nope, I suck. Nope, I'm ass. I feel like that's gonna be me. LB.
Should we take a break?
We might. We should, but I don't want to. Oh, is this fine to be on the sand here? We're not gonna get absolutely drilled, are we? We're not gonna get absolutely... No, I think we're good. This is so cool.
I think we're getting pretty close.
You can see the Earth so well from here.
Yep.
Oh, where does she want to go? Oh, there.
Shot of home.
There you go.
Earth always looks so blue.
Down there, every place has its own kind of color.
You know everything about the Earth, don't you?
I've always been into space and stargazing.
Aww.
I've been all over, searching for places with the best views and clearest skies. Went all the way to the Namib Desert once.
Is that unusual?
Maybe a bit adventurous for some. But my parents supported me the whole way. Told me to do what I wanted to do. So I did. And you learn it's not enough to hear or read about a thing. Sometimes you gotta live it.
Aww.
I want to go too.
Go where?
To all the places you've been.
Oh.
Yep, all of them.
Is that so? Then let's do it.
Aww. Oh. Ah, this game. This game, man. Oh my god. Right, I've just realized we need to have a little bit of a 5-minute. I think we need a 5-minute break. I've been going for 4 hours and I need some lunch. So I'm gonna give a 5-minute break. And then we shall maybe hang out for a little bit or carry on. See how we feel. How does that sound for everyone? Get up, stretch your legs, grab some water. Do anything that you need to do for 5 minutes. Only 5. 5.
Tell me when it's go time, okay?
Will do. I'm going to stick on some tunes.
New training sim data has arrived.
Good to know.
Be sure to give it a try.
Da 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 da. Lo-fi EDM. What does this sound like? Yeah, sure. Alright, chat. 5 minutes, alright? I'm gonna go grab some lunch. and stretch and everything, and we're gonna go back to it. Or maybe just hang out for a little bit, depending on how we're feeling. All right? Sound good? Sound good? All right, chat. I will let you be there. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. No, it's all right. All right, chat. 5 minutes. I will talk to you all later, okay? All right. See you soon. What's on, chat? How you doing? Ah, I had a sandwich. 2 p.m. lunch. Yeah, sounds about right for me, actually, about this time. Bit loud, isn't it?
You're leaving so soon? Have a pleasant
We
journey.
doing alright? Hope you all stretched, got some water. With a tea, without a tea, up to you. Oh, where's she going? Ooh, lovely. It always feels absolutely weird when you get a meal deal in, like, early in the morning. But that's just what I had to do. That's all I had to do that.
Air raiders really zoom around fast, huh? I wish I
Yeah.
could fly.
You
She really wants to
probably
fly.
would. You flap your lips enough. If you're good at that, then stay down here on your own 2 feet.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Plus, if I flew away, we wouldn't be able to talk. That'd be bad.
But in fairness, if you get... The best time to get a meal deal is in the morning, because... it means that, like, no one's taken all the good stuff.
I hope my flowers.
Oh, let me move my mic a little bit closer to myself, because I always forget about that. There you go. Yeah. We got 2 YouTube subs while I was gone, didn't we? Damn, that thing's doing pretty fucking well. What's the video count on, actually? Let's have a look. How many views has it got? 3.8k! Holy shit. Fucking hell, people love that video. As I said, I'm trying to get through all the comments. Oh my god, there's 72 comments on it now. You got a discount. Hey, nice. Damn. Things are all coming up, Ogyon. Do we have enough to upgrade? Not really. Tell you what, we'll leave it there. We'll head on back. Let's give ourselves some guns. Hubby missile and a photon laser would be great. Free confuse, freeze, and decode. Let's say. Let's go decode. There we go. None of the mods have been really good. I gotta be honest. In the game. Froggo, you're doing amazingly. I can't snap. Oh god. I even felt that as well. I felt that. I like got up and I stretched and my bones were like, ah! I was like, yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Oh man. We'll go for another, say 90 minutes or something like that. Hour and a half. Oh.
What are your parents like?
They're great. Told me to follow my dreams and never look back. I took their words to heart, did things my way. Kinda made a mess for them, though. Even after all that, they never faulted me for being me.
They're just
Aw.
like you.
Really?
Yeah. Really.
Oh. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, nothing bad is ever gonna happen to Diana, ever. Oh god, I fucking love this game. Yeah, next week I'll carve out some time so that we can. Oh, what's this? So that we can play some more. How'd that sound? I'll do some game devy stuff as well. I might work on Open Freddy on stream. Just because I think that'll be fun. Open Freddy, if you do not know, because we're actually getting quite a few people who've come for the streams now, which is great. Open Freddy is a project that I'm working on right now by myself. Oh, a tent! Oh, yippee! Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
To get back to the shelter.
Open Freddy is a project that I am working on by myself right now, which is a one-to-one recreation of Five Nights at Freddy's 1. which may sound pointless, but if I have a video on YouTube trying to explain why I'm doing it. Essentially, the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 on PC is a little bit scuffed right now. It's not great. It's not a great experience, and some people would like it to be better. And so that's what I'm doing. The only way to really do it, really, I mean, it's not the only way, but the way I want to go about it is to recreate it from scratch, which I've been doing for the last 7-8 months now, something like that.
Do this down on Earth.
Do what?
Sneaking into places we aren't supposed to be.
Oh, haha. Teaching a life lesson. I like that. But yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? You doing alright? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Oh, man. Tired, mate. Oh, fucking hell. Tell me about it. I had a 6.5-hour stream yesterday, and I am back at it again. I fell out of bed straight into my desk to stream once more. So I am absolutely shattered. But, you know, it's like, gotta be done. We're all just chilling right now, having a little bit, having a bit of a cozy Sunday today. I hope you're doing alright. Lab incident and cause. This is Vishwanath from the Medical Advancement Lab. I'm writing regarding employee Noah Barker, who was recently admitted to the Medical Bureau. Upon transfer, his right forearm had been compromised by a black fibrous substance. The damage has since been progressed to his upper arm. He is currently in critical condition. Furthermore, the substance responsible remains unidentified. It exhibits extremely potent dissolving effects on organic matter and grows by absorbing the material it contacts. Ugh. Given it's probably an origin, we hypothesize it might be a lunum. Oh.
It swallows things, and this is a lab.
Oh.
At least it
Conversation got interrupted
Maybe
there.
The Luna Digger did this.
This isn't good. That's no bueno. Here we go. Around here. I love anytime there's like a moon. Oh, like, we don't really need that. Anytime there's like a moon scene or like something like that, it's always like this stark white light over like really dark shadows, like every time. Which like kind of makes sense. That's like kind of the photography that we got, but like it's like all kind of looks like this. Wonder if there's anything unique you can do. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Hello, hello, hello. Oh! And come on. There you go. Boom! Where did the other guy go? Oh, there you are. Boom. Okay, we are getting better. We are getting better at that, aren't we? We're getting better at that. We're gaming. We're gaming right now. Where are we? That way? No. That way? No. Oh God.
My suit. Is it this black goop?
Oh, Jesus. Okay. The floor is lava is like the running theme of this. Of this level, innit? Oh. Hello?
What the heck is that thing?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. What?
What in the what?
I can't move in that? What the fuck? Oh, I can now. I couldn't move in the purple before. I wonder what's changed. Let me grab a photon laser. Oh, it's slow! Oh, it's slow! It's slow to move. Okay, got ya. Oh, it takes like a second. It's like a 1 second to move between each of them. That's really annoying. There we go. Listening to music, watching stream, and watching YouTube. Oh my god! Is that in different ears? You got music in the left ear, my stream on the right, and YouTube, I guess, binaurally behind you. Like an ASMR stream. Oh my god, imagine listening to an ASMR stream while having like watching like an ASMR video while having a stream on as well. That's gonna, oh, that's overstimulation just thinking about it. Ugh. Crazy levels of multitasking. It's all in one ear. Oh my god. Funneled. Today's work schedule. Good morning, FYI. Routes, inspections, and access logs audit will begin shortly at the Nexus Tower. Please note that internal communications within the tower will be offline, so response will be delayed during this period. Now that, this is a return to Earth guy. Now that ticket I scored for Galactica Metal's final World Tour is wasted. Front row seat arena seats. I'll never get this chance again. A VR stream just can't match the real thing. Mood. No, don't tell me the station's AI is scanning my thoughts. I can't even daydream about my favorite band in peace. Should never have come to the moon. That guy's not having a great time. That guy's not having a great time at all on the moon. Bro's on the moon is like, out on out. Poor dude. Stupid AI taking over our life. Yeah, exactly. It's actually kind of interesting how much this game talks about AI, especially because it was written like 3 years ago, I think the director said.
But there's always the possibility we could be working. I wouldn't worry about it. Anyway, isn't it time to change shifts? Yeah. No, alright. I gotta drop by the Nexus Tower before my shift starts anyways. Well, you're heading over that way. Carrie said hi.
Interesting. Oh, it's a red gate key. Honestly, even just... even the regular fucking... even just regular play is difficult enough for me. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that.
Should we take a break?
Impact barrier, we've got enough of those. Data shards, great. Okay, cool. Let's go! We haven't seen a hidden wall in a while, have we? I'm now in VC, my ears go to that. Meow, what the how are you doing that? All in one ear? Oh my god.
Entrance to the tower is strictly prohibited. Any attempt to enter the facility will result in your
Meow is a fucking machine of information, of audio. Wait, this is the main question. What's the music? What music have you got? Because if it's like something like fucking thumping house beats, like some mouse cat shit. Oh, fuck. Then like, you are like, and it's like in like 100% volume, like, my god. Red Crimson, alright, you are a fucking god amongst men. Like, oh, what the fuck? We could never be you. It's bad enough for me being in a voice call, having like the game we are all playing, like, and then someone talks in the game. I'm gone. I'm out. I'm not listening to anyone. My brain just shuts down. It's like, none of these words are going into your head, and oh my fucking god, it's the baby. Oh, it's the baby again. No, no. No, it's the baby. I can hack the baby from over here. That's crazy. Oh, Jesus Christ. We gotta deal with that now, don't we? Is that the red zone? Do you think that's one of the red zones? Bet you it is. Bet you anything it is. Where are we supposed to be going anyway? That way? Diana. Down there. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Okay, if we go there... Oh, I see it. Oh, I genuinely don't think I can get to that, though. Wait, if I do that... Hold on, can I do that? And then... Will this door open for me? Yeah, this door will open for me. Okay, great, 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 great. Okay, awesome. One-way door? Yeah. There you go. Okay, cool. So we got that open. So we should be able to just sort of, like, scoot on down and pick that up. It's not, like, the most important thing to pick up, but, like, it'll be good to... Oh, I should have fucking known. Alright, let's sticky bomb. Oh, I missed the fuck out of that one. Oh, shoot. My bee. Just get a photon laser on this one. And hack. And up, 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 up. Oh. Up, up, up. There we go.
Yeah, let's do this.
Let's not do that one. Let's... Oh god, have I only got homing missiles? Ah, well, I suppose that'll do. Oh, shoot. Fuck. Fuck that one up. Okay, there we go. Yep. Crap. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Hey! Ah, oh, damn it! Like that! There we go. And boom. Alright, there we go. Ah, that was not enough. That was not worth it. That was not worth it. Oh, hell yeah. Good lunch. Feel some good scran in ya? Where are we going now? That way? Okay, cool. Oh fuck, it's one of these guys again, isn't it? That one, that one, that one. There we go. I don't like those guys. They're... Oh my fucking god. There's a baby down there as well? What's up with these fucking babies, dude? I don't like them. Oh, what's that? It's a puzzle? Oh, there's no fucking shot I can do that. With all these guys, you're gonna have to take them all out while making sure you don't get fucking wormed. And you're gonna have to do that. Oh, no. No shot. No shot. No shot. Not doing that. Nope. It's bad enough that I have to get these guys. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Ah, ha, ha. Running, 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 running. Wait, what? No. 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 No, this is where I need to go. Wait, I could get rid of this? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I can get rid of that one. I thought I couldn't. Oh my days. I genuinely thought that was gonna actually mess me up. Floats, homing missiles. Let's do that one. Charge Piercer I found to be a bit easier than the laser, just because, like, the laser just takes ages to warm up, and then you gotta keep aiming, and, like, that's really difficult to do. I think I'm ascending. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I thought there was a baby here. Wait, what? Oh, there is. Hello. Hello, you fucker. Right, this should be easy now. Right, there we go. And... ha! Right, now they've got the thingy on the thing. Ah! No, you don't. No, you don't. Whoa, 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 man. Slow down, buckarino.
Right on.
There we go. Oh, shoot. My bee. My beady. What do you got? How many missiles? Yeah, that'll do. Right. Hack. And... pow. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I thought that would do it. Gaga, Mother Gripper. What? More? Oh, it's just these guys. Okay. Ow! Let's get homing missiles in here. These homing missiles are doing shit all. I'm gonna be honest. There we go. Boom. Yeah.
How you like this?
How'd you like demables? Oh, that did work. Oh. Boom. And... Pachow! Hell yeah. What? Oh, fucking hell. Oh my days. Oh, there's a flathead! I literally do not have the ammo for this. Oh Christ, oh Christ, oh Christ. Ow!
Shoot the floaty round thing! That's the generator!
I want to take out this guy first, because we're already basically there. Whoop! Come on, come on, come on, gun! Oh my god. Oh no, I don't mean the shield. I want to get that guy. Oh, I have a riot blaster. Okay, cool. Boom. Alright. Oh, is that a thing? What's that? Ow. Oh, it's a charge piercer. Okay, cool. Alright, there we go. Okay, 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 there we go. Oh, that appeared just as while I was hacking. That's interesting. Almost home and you're still alive. I'm still going. We're going great. We're doing great here. No, I want... Oh, we could sticky bombs actually. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Okay, there we go. Let me pick that up. Oh, it's a stasis net. Boring. Honestly, I've had no fun with the stasis net. They are just kind of useless to me. Ain't nothing stopping me. I mean, except when I need to head off. Whatever that is. Can you stop? Oh, I'm really bad at that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, what? I saw a purple. Oh, there it is. 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 Get fucked. Boom. Hell yeah. Ah. My god. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I need to reply to a text. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. And boom. There you go. Sorry. Essentially, the stream will end when my partner gets back home. Hell yeah. Yo! Hey, another sub! Another sub! Nice. Feels a bit intrusive, honestly. It feels like... Do these people know that we are like... Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I can't. Lock in. Anyway, what was I saying? Do these people know that when they sub, I look at that immediately and we all go, yippee! Well, they do now. I only had to heal once during that fight. So I don't take that much damage. I'm just not good at them. Pick up that photon laser. Oh, are we gonna have to go? Oh, this is gonna suck, chat. This is gonna suck. Oh. Where is that even supposed to go? There. Okay. How do we get back there, though? Oh, shoot. Hello. Oh god, that enemy's seen me as well. Okay, tell you what. We're just gonna do that real quick. We're just gonna do this real quick. Oh, fuck it out. We're just gonna run. We are just gonna run. We're just simply just gonna run. Run away, I think. I think that's the best course of action. Alright. There we go. Supposed to do an entire block puzzle while these guys are fucking here? No shot. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that whatsoever. That is a later Augie. That is a post-game Augie, if ever there was one. Oh, new training data. Cool.
What training sims did we get?
I feel like I should do the training data, but I really don't want to. I really don't want to, honestly. Okay, let me...
Is this the right way?
Down here?
Looks like the only way is down.
Down here. The only way is down, but I want to pick up all the fun guys. Didn't know I had a YouTube. Ha! That's all good. Yeah, I've got a YouTube. I primarily make game development videos on YouTube. Well, that's the goal, at least. I've just started out. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed the video. Another one to corrupt. No, we're not corrupting anyone. It's pure. It's pure of soul and heart. And I hear that. I hear you. Oh, there you are. Ah. Oh, I got all of them in the mines. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've got a really fun half-an-hour long video all about Five Nights at Freddy's. Honestly, really fun video. But yeah, at some point next week, I'm gonna probably work on it a little bit more on stream.
Tunnels?
Oh, it's tunnels. Oh, oh no! Oh god! Oh dear! Oh dear lord! Oh dear lord! Nope, don't like that. Don't like that at all. No more VC. Here's neither friends. I could fucking imagine, yeah. I could fucking imagine.
Look at all the broken
Oh.
It's like a junkyard.
Oh.
Looks better.
Ka-chow. I thought we weren't able to take down the red ones. Maybe it's because it was like glowing or something? I don't know. We haven't seen that purple stuff in a while. Hello. There we go. Oh no, I see it, I fucking see it. Oh, bastard. Take that! Ah! Can't do anything without music in the background, though. Ah, that's fair. Sometimes you need a little bit of a background tune to, like, to go with. When I'm working, I need something in the background. I usually have, like, a YouTube video on in the background. Chocolate gun? Nah, we're fine with what we got. Hey, guy! Wow, when are we going? We're going for 5 hours, haven't we? Might not go for the full 6. Let me say that, because I am starting to flag. I'm starting to flag, and I got a few things I need to do, actually, so... I'm gonna go the whole 6 hours today, but in fairness, I went 6.5 yesterday, and I thought I was only gonna go 5. But this is really fun. 12 hour when my partner is, like, away and isn't gonna have to listen to this screaming fox in the corner of the room. And when I have the energy to do so. Also, Loki, when I have the active viewer count, I feel like, I love you all, but I feel like if I did 12 hours, all of y'all will be like, this is too much, Oggy. This is too much, Oggy. Y'all need a rest. I do not expect any of y'all to be, like, actively watching for 12 whole hours. That would just be mean. That would just be cruel. Oh!
Where?
Ah, da, 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 da. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'd rather burn myself in university mod than mod for 12 hours. Yeah, exactly. RIP. RIP those guys. I wasted bullets for that. Oh, yes, please. Get rid of that net.
Phew! Something's glowing.
Hmm? What are we looking at? Down there? Oh, there it is.
So this is Luna.
Lunum
Huh.
is you use to make lunafilament, right?
Yeah. First
I
time
wouldn't
seeing
mind it.
Luna.
I wouldn't expect that of you, honestly.
Lunafilament inside me too, right?
They say it can do anything, so sure. I guess it's possible.
Can I do anything too?
Maybe not
Aw.
anything, but I'd say you're doing good enough.
I'm doing good. Yes.
Oh. That's so cute. Oh. This game, man. This game. Oh my goodness me.
We're finally gonna reboot Edis.
About time. That damn thing's getting on my last nerve. When I get back home, I'm pulling the plug on Edis myself.
Let's go. Alright. Do we wanna... I'm having a think, chat. I'm using my brain. I'm using my brain, chat. It's powerful. It's so much thoughts are going on in here. So many thoughts are happening. Alright, tell you what, we're gonna hang out with Deanna a bit more, and then I might leave it for Pragmata, and we might just have a little bit of a chatting.
Diggers are really scary.
I think we're gonna do that.
When they pop out.
Now it's hit 5 hours. I think. Oh my god, let's give her a 10. Let's give her a 10. Ah.
Wow! Can I use this as my secret hideout? I always wanted one, just like
Ah. Oh.
Stay out, Hugh.
Ah.
This is my secret hideout.
Oh my gosh. Obsessed. Amazing.
It's nice having some quiet time. What should I do? If I ever get a bigger tent someday, I'll invite you in.
Aw. Well, that's just kind. That's just kind. Da. I love we haven't even bought the stasis neck just because I hate it. Tell you what, no, I want to hang out with Deanna. I want to hang out with Deanna. Where are you? Where you at, girl? No, for real, where did she go? Oh, there she is. She's drawing. Oh, it's a bit of a mess here now.
When a kitty could just pop out of nowhere. So I should buy a net so I can catch one next time.
You better think twice before swinging a net at a cat.
Why? They're really fast. I can't grab them with my hands.
Cats don't take kindly to being cornered. You gotta earn their trust. Only then can you be their friend. So just be patient and see if they'll come around on their own.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, do you want to play some hide and seek?
Let's play hide and seek again. You won't find me this time.
Oh, I will so find her.
Come find me, Hugh.
Alright, it's this side. Sounded close, but oh, there she is. Ha!
You found me.
The joys of headphone audio.
I was sure you wouldn't find me there.
Go on, let's do it again. Let's try it again.
Oh, I just thought of the perfect hiding place. You're never gonna find me. I'm ready.
That side. Oh. Deanna!
Hugh, you're so good at this. You won't find me next time. I'll pick a super hard spot.
Alright. Alright, tell you what. We shall leave that there, I think. Just because we've been going for a while, and honestly, I'm really happy with how far we've gone so far. Shall we just have a little bit of a natter? Shall we have a natter? Let's have a natter, shall we? Right, let's say I do this. Working out all my buttons here. Leave that there. Go that one, and then... Yeah, there we go. Some bangers. Alright, chat. Oh, how are we all doing? I'm so fucking loving. I know that was smooth, wasn't it? No jank whatsoever. God, imagine that. I'm so fucking loving Pragmata. We'll find some time next week to play some more, I think, because honestly, it's so much fun. I'm really enjoying my time with it. But yeah, man. The first week of my debut is over. Oh, let me put something just chatting. I'm a professional. There we go. Wait, done. Okay, there we go. Ah, first week of debut done, and honestly, I'm so overwhelmed with how much people are enjoying it. Professional scuff tuber, no more. No scuff on this channel. Never again. Oh my god. 17. Did we hit 17 viewers at one point, Frog? Holy shit. I haven't been looking at the viewer count. I don't do that. As much as I want. Oh, that's so cool. Oh man. Yeah, this has just been so fucking good. This has just been so great. Seeing everyone's support has been actually overwhelming. Yeah, I need to go through all the comments today as well. Get everyone, like, reply to any questions, get some love in there. It's all systems go! So yeah, next week, I'm gonna aim for two streams. I think that's probably a good amount from me. Just because I got a few things going on next week as well. So it's a little bit busy. I'll aim for 2 next week. One of them will be something game development related. Probably working on Open Freddy, though I want to try something else as well. I need to make sure, that, I have, that my game dev stuff isn't just, FNAF related. You know, I feel like sometimes if you focus on something a little bit too much, whenever you do something else, people like get like a little bit taken aback by that. So I wanna diversify it, change it around a little bit more. I think that'd be a really good idea. So we'll have to see how it goes. Octo, have you just woken up? Octo, tell me you haven't just woken up, Octo. Octo! Oh, bless. Well, you haven't missed much. It's only been a 5-hour stream. It's the second time I wake up today. Oh, that's fair. Though it's Sunday. Who cares? You know? It's Sunday, who really matters? You just, yeah. It's the time for a nap. Oh! Love this song. Yeah, it's Sunday. Chill. Chill out. Just do whatever, you know what I mean? It's the Ogyo theme. It really has turned into the Ogyo theme, hasn't it? Yo! The Truth Base, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I hope you're having a lovely, chill Sunday like the rest of us, like Octo, have a little nap. Oh, I think I might have a nap after this, actually. That sounds fucking peak. I could go for a nap, honestly. Damn. This streaming stuff is tricky business. Woo! Great nap. Get timed out by Stream Elements. No, we're fine-tuning Stream Elements. Stream Elements is a finely oiled machine now. Won't time out anyone wrongly. It will time out people correctly, though. Hopefully. I hope so. Oh my goodness me. So yeah, this is going to be this first week down. Who knows how many more to go, but I've got some great things planned, and we're gonna have a lovely time. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna make so much stuff. Oh my god, we're hitting the peak viewership just as I'm winding down. Fucking hell. How are we all doing? We all alright? How are we doing? We good? Flash forward to Stream Elements tied to a chair in the base. No. Stream Elements is good. It's just trying to protect us. It's trying to be good. Oh my god, it's like the AI in Pragmata! It's like the AI in Pragmata! It's taking everyone down! Oh, that's what it's all about. Wow. That's what the game is. That's what it's made for! Woo! And we're all having a lovely time. But man, last time I checked, I'm not dangerous, damn. I'm in a dangerously good nap. Oh man, yeah, I have a lot of stuff planned for streams, for videos. As I said, shoot. Thanks, Wild Horse, I appreciate that. Can we get a Borse in chat? I've got so much stuff planned for both on YouTube videos and for Twitch. But yeah, where is it going with this? Yeah, I got some stream ideas. I might do them next week, but I also want to do like I want to crack on with Open Freddy as well. That's a great project that I really want to show off. And yeah, it's honestly, thank you guys ever so much for this amazing debut week. It's been honestly incredible. Froggo, thank you so much for helping things out, helping mod the Discord and the Twitch. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. It's bigger than I actually anticipated. I did not expect the amount of people to join the Discord and be on stream as I expect, as I have. So like, they have no life. Well, you're fucking saving mine, so thank you ever so much. I really, really, really appreciate that. Chat, do you think we've hit affiliate? Oh, thanks, Octo. Do you think we've hit affiliate? I think we have. What does the stats look like, actually? Because I can take a look at that, can't I? Awa! Oh, you said aura. I read that as awa. Awa! Okay, what do I need to do? Reach 25 followers. Well, how many followers are we on now? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. We're on 148, so we kinda beat that one. Stream for 4 hours. Fucking hell, have I beaten that one? Jesus Christ. I like the fucking clappers. Stream on 4 different days. That's what I've just done. So the moment this stream is over, that's gonna be there. A minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. I mean, we're on 17 right now, according to my stream manager. And it's kind of been around about that all the time. So I think we might I think we might actually get that. Oh, hello. Welcome back. No, it's cool. We're just wrapping down. We're having a little bit of a natter, a little bit of a yap, as some people say over on the internet. Just to wind down, really, because I fucking shattered. Oh, you did the bike. Oh, great, awesome. Hope that went well. Hope that went all right. Right, I am making sure that everything is set. Yeah, I will have a schedule ready on my Twitter and on my Blue Sky, and I'll post it on YouTube as well, on the YouTube like post stuff. So if you want to know what I'm gonna be getting up to next week, let's aim for partner. Fucking hell. Can you imagine that? That would be crazy. That would actually be wild. Oh my goodness me. If you want to know what I'm getting up to next week, same. I have no idea. Tomorrow or Tuesday, I will have that ready. So, follow on 1. You can go on Twitter. I will post it on Twitter. You'll be able to see it there. 2. Follow me on Blue Sky. You'll be able to see the post there. 3. Sub on YouTube. Then I will have that post there as well. Twitch doesn't have an ability to post images, I don't think. I have no fucking clue. Or 4. You could join the Discord. I'll post it on the Discord as well. I won't at everyone though. It'll be on the announcements as a small little announcement. Go follow the onion. Yeah, there it is. You can join the Discord. I'll have a little announcement post there. If you want to try out the project that I'm working on, the game that I'm working on right now, you can check a box and play it. And it'll all break because the game is very work in progress. If you do not know, I make videos on YouTube primarily. That's the thing that I do. So if you see the link down there, you'll see my YouTube channel. I've got a video up there where I make a game engine that only plays Five Nights at Freddy's. It is a project 7 months in the making, and it will be continuously going until the day I die, it feels like. I feel like I'll just do that perpetually. But yeah, it only plays Five Nights at Freddy's exactly like 1-to-1 recreation. I'm honestly so happy with it. I demoed it over on Thursday and it all completely broke because I would say that I'm good at making video games, but it sure as hell fucking takes some time. It's FNAF 1, but more stable than Security Breach. I mean, I don't know about that one. I think it's a little bit more unstable than Security Breach, I'm not gonna lie. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Maybe we'll debug it and try and fix it all. Is that a fun stream? Debugging? I have no fucking clue. We're just gonna do a chill little, coding stream. See how that goes. Hopefully you'll all be interested in that. Yeah, they're not bugs, they're features. Well, features that the fucking power out happened at 70%. We'll work that out. We'll work out what kind of streams everyone wants. Yeah. What else can I shill before I let you all go? Before we all raid someone and give them some love? I actually don't know who's live right now, actually. Let's find out. What can I say? If you want to support the channel, well, I've kind of given you everything you wanted to see. Got some socials, got some Discord, got all of that. If you want to support even further, there's no requirement to, but there is a support button down below. That's right there. If you really, really want to, everything goes to supporting the channel, supporting me, and also medical bills, because that's a thing. But yeah, what else is going on right now? Last Girls is live. How long have we been going for? Yeah, 5 hours and 17 minutes. I think that is a good amount of time, don't you, chat? I think so. Alright, everyone. Tell you what, we are gonna leave it there. Thank you all ever so much. I really, really appreciate it. We are going to Fyra, thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it. We're gonna head off now. A wave of tiredness has just hit me. I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna Oggy raid. We're gonna Oggy raid. There's the message. There's the Ogyon raid message. Copy that over. We are going to raid. I'm gonna I'll probably take a nap, to be fair. That sounds really nice. Can we raid Lost Girl? Lost Girl VT is a amazing moot of mine. She's playing Tomodachi Life right now. Go give her some love. Let me set all this up. And yeah, that's amazing. Thank you ever so much again for this incredible debut week. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep making dumb games, and we're gonna keep playing them badly. That's what we're gonna be doing. All right, we're gonna keep doing that until, well, I don't know. See how far we can go. Am I right? Right. Let's go. Right. Boom. All right, chat. I love you all ever so much. You are absolutely incredible. You mean so much to me. And I will see you next week. There you go. Set up. There we go. Hop on in. Give Lost Girl some love. Yeah. I love you all so much. Right. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye.